for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't portray enough empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what
this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time.
Of freedom, conviction, and no
Restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight.
time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come draw me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving mode 始めよう 近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイベー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming moon を始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on. Another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping.
Better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour
I
bus.
saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
I
You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone just save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. If you've fallen down, you know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea, and if you've fallen down, you know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab mic and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
欢迎来到2023 LPL 下期赛。
这里还是你们熟悉的舞台，
这里还将不断出现新的声音。
The power of youth
热血青春比赛正式开始。
下集赛终于开始了，老家伙就安静点吧，赶紧坐下，燃烧吧，青春！
两位最佳新手，你觉得最重要的是什么？
在这里，每一次登场都很重要。
每一个操作都很重要，
还有信念和激情。
这些东西都准备好了吗？
每一次蜕变也很重要。
要敢抓住每一个机会，
敢接每一波，我们敢接每一波才战，我们敢接每一波才战，
敢孤注一掷。
没错，就在今天。
我希望是今后的每一天。
这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。
第6赢第7不是应该的吗？
还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？
拿出你们的本事，阻止他们。
应该 we team is the best。
年轻就是要狂。
成功未定，一切皆有可能。我不言弃，我们在等一场金色的雨。
新的10年，看我们的！
来战！
想成为这场比赛的主角吗？
来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. It is week 2, day number 2 here, and things have only just begun in the regular season. I'm Hysterics, back from a long holiday, signed up with Lyric this time around, just in case. So get a little bit of hair off the screen, just in case anyone wanted to know where we've been. And Sarah, it has been a while, considering that LPL started giga early this split, and we've already had, like, what, 20 series or something so far? I don't know, we're getting to that number.
Yeah, we've had a lot. I have been here for most of them, for pretty much all of them actually, except the first couple days. And yeah, we've had a lot of, I don't know, man. We've had some weird results. I know first we're gonna jump into yesterday, because we always jump into yesterday before we jump into the holistic picture. But I don't know. I just coming. I guess with the split coming so early, like you said, right? Things are still topsy-turvy for a lot of teams.
They really are. And again, we talk a little bit about yesterday. We do have highlights now of yesterday, which is pretty pog. You know what is topsy-turvy as well? The fact that, like, we've got NIP later today. We are looking at NIP highlights as they only just managed to claw it over LGD.
Yeah, another team that's played 2 days in a row. Still pretty solid showing from them, right? Initially coming into the split, losing to a team like EDG doesn't really say too much, beats IG, and then comes in. Really close game against LGD. I would argue LGD maybe should have won that series, but then especially this one, TT versus AL. TT really going to be kicking themselves as in one of the games, I believe AL stealing the Baron. UCal still looking like an absolute monster, but the rest of TT not exactly able to keep up the same pace.
No, it's a shame as well when TT with the team that made playoffs for the first time last split. Like, this team again has the expectations that keeping their roster, or at least the majority of, they should be doing the same again. A close series, as we were saying. I feel like for AL, though, they'll be happy with this one because they have been somewhat of a competitive team. We've seen 3 series from them so far. Ultra Prime taken to 3. WE weren't able to claw out one of those games, unfortunately, but getting their first win here means a lot when anyone's Legend have been a bottom tier team for what, 3, 4, 5 splits now?
Yeah, and I mean, even Xiao's interview, Xiao crying in his winner's interview, just, relieved, saying it's been so long since AL has won a series. I believe it was in March when they last did pick up a victory. So I just feel so relieved for them, right? They should have beaten Ultra Prime, to be fair, on the first day of LPL. Just their drafting really was not it. But hey, they were the first match of the split. If your meta read isn't on point, then I understand.
And look, maybe it is the iBoy edition as well that helps smooth things out. Again, returning back to the league. Exciting here when this old EDG Classic has a lot to spruik about. So there you go, the scores. 3 full game series in both of them yesterday as well. As NIP, that won't be the last you see of them because they will be back again today. AL and TT. Just note that AL is going to be versing NIP on Friday. TT on the other end of the spectrum, also there with the top esports series. So no rest for the wicked here in this week. But as we go towards our standings, remember that every team has now played, but we're still not past the opening mark there. We're still at like 2-3 series maximum for all these teams.
Yeah, I mean, you just know we're not that far in when, again, no offense, but Ning and Sword Art sitting towards the top of the league right now. Who knows? This might be them. This might be their split. I would love to believe, Ning is going to be the main character of the LPL this season and go undefeated. Ultra Prime, we're here for it.
And this first place team now going to be tested by our 5th place. WE only with a single series played, but it was a win. We talked about it before. AL a 2-0 to debut. NIP and Top Esports coming up later. That'll be in Shenzhen. Hopefully, guys, we get through the first series in due time. Otherwise, that will be running at a delay as per usual due to it being at another arena. But we do go to WE's home arena in Xi'an. Now, Lyric, I already mentioned, WE hasn't taken a loss yet. It is a nice start for them, especially when we look at this roster, and it is largely the same of what we saw in the springtime, right? We got Cube in the top lane as a nice little addition to add on to, which adds some strength. And I feel like outside of that, we already knew that this roster was going to be strong.
Yeah, I think WE have just solidly upgraded their roster, right? Like BuBu had always been that guy who was kind of known just take and absorb a beating topside the best he could, to where Cube has always been this guy like right outside the cusp of elite top laners in my mind. Really good, can kind of go toe-to-toe with anyone. Is going to smash some of the lower tier top laners, going to be able to contend with the top dogs. And now just, I think, relieves a lot of pressure off Shanks and Hope from having to be the main carry threats. We'll also give a special shout out to Hung because he did bring out the Nautilus jungle. He did bring out the Rumble jungle in the last series, and it was super awesome.
And on the other side, Ultra Prime going up against them today. One of the top teams at the moment. We got Harry, we got Ning, Forge is in there. Doggo and Sword Art are now reunited as a bottom lane as well, which is just hilarious. But I think what's more hilarious is the fact that Sword Art last split on Anyone's Legend was coined by yours truly as one of the worst players. Is bit of an insult, but it had to be said.
A bit of an insult. That's a full-fledged insult.
Well, look, I put it softly. It was still rough to watch him play. The biggest thing was that watching Sword Art go into what is arguably an upgrade is surprising him. But going up against WE, we have to see how well he does because, Lyric, I know that so far we haven't seen enough of him to be like, well, Sword Art's back.
Yeah, exactly, right? I feel like Sword Art and Doggo have been putting up some pretty solid performances. Doggo especially looking better so far in their 2 series this split than he did at all in spring alongside Baolan. But I think the big thing for Ultra Prime as a whole is they've just really been like together as a team. Anything they do, it really just feels like they like to overload one side of the map. Ning did a great job, especially in their last series against FPX, of getting the better of Hacker and just taking over from there. And then no one on this team is afraid of going in. The thing that scares me is WE have very good laners. So it's very hard to be able to find those same opportunities to leave your lane to move when WE in their only win showed, hey, they can just get steady leads through lane, play out a slow game, and just choke you out from there.
When you have people like Cube, Shanks, I mean, people that are quickly becoming names in the league. I think Cube especially, with all that time he spent on RA, you have to put a lot of respect there. Team WE, there is a reason that this team was hyped up a little bit more in spring because they were showing development, they were showing potential. Hung especially, I like that we, talk about the aggression from spring, where his jungle pathing was insane. His flash over the wall in game 1, day 1 was just so memorable. Ultra Prime have to pay a lot of respect for that, especially since Ultra Prime, this team has a low bar. We've got people like Ning, who was very aggressive last split, but struggled in his own right. Doggo and Sword Art, a questionable bottom lane in their own right. Can they survive the onslaught? I like that you posed the question when Ultra Prime have got a lot to prove with some older names that want to prove they're not out of the game.
Yeah, and funnily enough, they're going to need a merging of the old guard with the new, because I feel like one area I wouldn't be surprised to see Ultra Prime attack is going to be topside. Funnily enough, Ning has been giving Harry a lot of attention in their first few series so far, and if he continues to do that, we'll get a lot of answers, as well as like how Cube is fitting into WE, because he didn't need to do much in their first series. WE still going to be a team that likes to heavily lean around their bot side, which makes sense when you have Hope and Iwandi as a duo. But yeah, I think this series in particular can answer a lot of questions. And hell, even tell us where Ultra Prime stand. If Ultra Prime beat WE, in my mind, has to get less fluky, right? You're like 2-0, okay, bit of a fluke. Their first series against AL, very close. But if they come in, their unique style, their own game plan, and they take this against WE, they're a legitimate like contender for those middle of the pack slots for playoffs.
And how crazy is it as like a warm-up, a ramp-up towards team like BLG, towards teams like TT, NIP coming up after that as well. Like, they put themselves on a pretty good trajectory as we, bring out a very familiar face on the side of Ultra Prime as well. Something else worth mentioning that I guess they've got, sorry, not Ultra Prime, but WE rather, we've got a lot of structure there that shows how both these teams are developing. I was looking at Warhorse in particular, just as a quick mention, and on the other side, Xiao Bai. Maybe that's why these teams are doing so well, Lyric, because we have pretty noticeable names in the coaching staff.
Yeah, could be. And that was the one area where we did have a lot of shakeups coming into summer. A lot of like coaching staff changes across the board. Hell, even like right before summer, right? You think of like people like Tabe joining BLG right, I believe it was in the middle of like spring playoffs when he joined them. And then once we got into the offseason, a lot of coaches just kind of changing around. Weibo Gaming changing their coaching staff. RNG changing their coaching staff. Just a lot of moving parts, which is also why I feel like teams have been trading a lot more series unexpectedly, especially around the middle and bottom end of the table.
And as we continue to go towards who develops themselves in the top, Lyric, quick draft note here. Still 13-10. We don't have anything banned away. I want to ask you about what you're looking forward to seeing here today, because so far from these teams, we've only had one series and two series respectively. But I will say, teams like Ultra Prime have showed us like the Rumble top. We've gotten a bit of the Nico, a bit of the Cogmore from Doggo as well. What are your thoughts and expectations running towards this?
For this, I'm just interested to see if Ultra Prime, if WE keep bringing out unique jungle picks, because I feel like there's still a lot to explore in the meta in terms of like what you can like put, and especially maybe open up more like AD options in the mid lane outside of just Jace when Maokai's up. We had JDG bringing out the Elise the other day, which was pretty cool. Right. Even in terms of priorities of meta picks, right? JDG first picking Cassante over Nico in their series when they were on blue side, something a lot of other teams aren't doing, but JDG did end up winning both of those games. So I think as we get more data, I think teams are going to have to question how they prioritize even the S-tier champions.
True, very true, especially when, that S-tier is forever changing, but at the moment, we have a big list. We have a big list of what's so OP. Like, dude, Zeri gets banned away, okay. Nico, what else? I think
Cassante, Melio, like Annie. We have Gwen getting banned more often. Maokai's another one you see routinely. Vire, Wukong, one of them is typically taken away. Maybe thrown in a Felius or a Jinx ban. You just have so many picks that are considered, at that upper echelon right now, which means some always go through, which typically favors red side, in my opinion, because, you are going to get theoretically 2 as compared to blue side's 1. But I don't know. There's a lot of things I think you can do in bans to like make hard choices for either side. And I guess red side technically has the more OP like perma bans that you have to do, right? You have to ban Zeri on red side. You have to ban Melio on red side.
True. And when, as you said, when you have yourself so many OP picks as well, makes that red side so valuable. I'm curious to see as we get into draft very, very shortly. Ultra Prime versus WE, both undefeated so far. Now, the other thing to add in with this undefeatedness is the fact that we do have a couple of experienced players, going up against each other. We've got to remember Hope here, Lyric. Once on the glorious JDG roster, what we'd call like a championship roster, right? Well, we don't won a championship. Ultra Prime, you've got Ning, who was once on the IG roster, another championship player as well. Hell, I mean, Sword Art was even in a World Finals up against Damwon in 2020. A crapload of experience between these two teams that kind of like hidden and surprising, to say the least.
Yeah, you're right. Definitely would come out of left field. And funnily enough, also, Sword Art going up against his former coach of many years that WE has with Warhorse. So kind of funny, two people who know each other really well. But we're already seeing it, right? We talked about all the meta picks. Those are the must-bans from red side, the Zeri and the Melee off the table. Funnily enough, WE must have a plan. Taking away Nico and Cassante, both of these have been just common first pick champions for blue side. So I'm curious to see what WE has up their sleeves.
Well, they don't have the Milia, they don't have the Zeri. We were already talking about it before, so yeah, it is a little bit surprising. Do you take away things like Gwen? Nocturne from Ning, okay. Maybe a different direction. Lyric, I'm trying to go off my magic list here and start thinking about what? Lucian? Maybe things like else in the bottom lane?
Yeah, I wonder if WE are really just trying to make sure they get a first pick on one of the reliable junglers, which would be a little bit different from the fact that, again, Hung showed he has a very vast champion pool from their first 2 series. So Wukong Vi kind of being the standouts. Ning especially has really liked to lean on the Wukong over the Vi. So something like that, of course, can be a takeaway. Annie, another high priority champion that is left open. Maokai, but I feel like that falls off a little bit when Jace is banned because you don't have that same pairing with an AD laner.
Well, if I'm going to be locked in at the very least, we'll see what Ultra Prime do. You're already mentioning some of these pairing up. I'm curious about Doggo and Sword Art here in the early game. Ning, bit of a flashback there, Lyric, to timing won Worlds and time that IG was very prevalent, very much a Zac meta. But Annie was something that was also talked about here today. Expected that to be in some kind of rotation with the Felios as well. A natural for Doggo at this point too.
Yeah, Felios going to be locked in. Again, you'd expect either the Wukong or the Annie here. If you wanted to lock in the Annie because they've already picked jungle, you don't need to be afraid of them taking this away, but still no. They elect into taking this pick. Should assume for WE would probably be Jinx plus the Annie coming out. Ahri could be another thing that you opt into over it just for the fact that you have the Vi. And Ahri has a much easier time being able to follow up with that ult once once Hung throws it out to be able to just zone in on Doggo and take him out of a fight.
I love you mentioned that as well. I mean, Shanks in previous splits, great on some of these mobile mages towards mid as well. Jinx locked in, as stated before. We've already mentioned the options of Annie thrown into the mix too. Things like Nautilus, we've seen higher rise of priority too, but is it really going to fit here?
It would be a flex pick if they did it too, which is even funnier in my mind, right? And who knows? Who knows all the roles that people are willing to play Nautilus in still? Because maybe you could throw it in the mid lane. Like Shanks has already played Cassante in their last series, but nope. We are just going to get the stock and standard with the Annie coming through.
All right, well, Gragas on the other side. Interesting here from Ultra Prime. Lyric, they're going to put their support to the wayside instead. Looks like they could be trying to match either mid towards top. But tell me what's next. What are we looking at here? Because no support for Ultra Prime, no top laner or solo laner to throw that caveat in. WE feels like they're looking for a support and a solo laner as well, so similar position.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to try and ban out top laners. We know Gragas can still be flexed, right? You always could end up just playing it in the mid lane role. I thought maybe they'd look to try and take away some, let's say, generic top laners like the Gnar who can go up against to try and use that range and be able to win out, but no. Really wanting to whittle down the support pool with the fact that they do have that first look.
You know what's also kind of cooked at the moment? We've seen Aatrox slowly slip back in. Not just because I've been watching a hell of a lot of LCO, but I know also in the LPL we saw that matchup the other night as well. Just something to keep considering as Gwen now banned away from the top lane. Another big priority here in the LPL rising up as with one support down and dusted. It's just a question of whether Ultra Prime follow the trend, get rid of something that can help Iwandi, add some engage into this comp.
Yeah, and it seems like for WE, they are reading into that it will be a mid lane Gragas. I mean, Forge has already played it twice, so I guess it makes sense if you're going to over-index into that one. And just even more surprising to me that Ultra Prime are the ones to ban away the Lulu themselves when I feel like that would fit their composition better, especially if you're going to put something like Gragas in the mid lane and just end up having more peel and really building around a Protect the President style composition. Having the Chanter would have been nice, but now this just means, hell, they're potentially just going to end up with even more engage and ways to get on top of Hope on that Jinx.
Another Secret Service agent added into the mix here for Sword Art.
Oh, please.
So you know that he played this so much. This is how he hit high challenger. Janna's added in. And yeah, a bit of a caveat and bloody great into Rakan as well.
Yeah, I mean, we get the Iwandi special. Despite the fact that he's known for this champion, he really doesn't bring it out all too often. It's another champion that I believe is sitting in a pretty decent place in solo queue, especially was on this patch. So we're going to get to see what he does with it with the Echoes of Helia. That will for sure come through. So very stock and standard team composition front to back coming out for Team WE. Some nice pick options through mid-jungle, but now it's for Ultra Prime.
Oh, yeah.
Harry, I would love this too.
Set up the engage, right? All the ducks in a row. Look, the President's going to have a lot of people darting forward and diving in. Lyric, round out Ultra Prime a bit for me because when I see buttons that go in, maybe not necessarily go out, I think this team is built on an engage.
Yeah, seriously. This one's going to be interesting to watch because you already know what Ultra Prime want to do. They want to go in. It's all about getting on top of Hope, taking him out of a fight very quickly. The thing is, that could potentially leave Doggo exposed. When you have 4 champions, you're going to be jumping forward. Sure, Sword Art always has the ability to jump back after he goes in, like with the quickness and with a knock-up, but Doggo might just be left fending for himself, and that might give Hung and Shanks easier access to the backline. So I think we're going to need to see some really nice coordinated engages coming out from Ultra Prime to make sure that Doggo doesn't get left by himself.
Well, it's going to be interesting to watch at the very least. A lot of go buttons, even on both sides here. Xiaobai and Warhorse shake hands. Folks, these teams are undefeated. You wouldn't come into a new split and say Ultra Prime and WE haven't bitten the dust yet, at least in a single series, but it is the truth. Now, you can look at their relative opponents and you can say they haven't versed anyone who was previously in the top 4 before. Ultra Prime, it was AL, it was FPX, and now WE. Where WE, it was only AL on the other side that they took a win. But still, wins are wins and zeros are zeros. And right now, these teams are sitting with zeros in the loss column. As Ultra Prime and WE go up against each other, it is the battle for the middle of the table to start signifying your place here in the LPL 2023 Summer Split. The split that rolls into Worlds. As we got ourselves a lot of big-bodied men. There is at least 500 kilos of body weight between these two teams running into Game 1. Sorry, 5,000.
I was going to say, it's going to be a lot more than that. Like, my God. Malphites, Graguses, Wukongs, Vi's, Scions. We just have so much going on right now. Ooh. I'm impressed with the Gyos.
You'd have to hope, because WE's arena, folks, bit of back context, 600 seats in Xi'an. So WE have the biggest arena, unless that's changed over the years of COVID. They have the biggest arena out of any LPL team. If they did not have sub-Gyos, I would be concerned that, 1, Ultra Prime has a lot more fans than expected, and 2, people came all the way to Xi'an to see WE lose.
I actually can't believe how loud the Ultra Prime Gyos were, too, in WE's home arena. Here you are, expecting them to be in the Lion's Den. But a lot of people coming out to support Ultra Prime. But I guess Ultra Prime having some, big-name players, right? You already hit on it, Ning, Sword Art, even Doggo with his breakout performance at MSI in 2021 must have some fans. But now we're going to hone in for WE. We know a lot of their action should be coming through mid-jungle, but they need to be able to maintain and do well in this bot lane 2v2. You have range advantage to play with, and you need to be afraid once Sword Art starts getting levels under his belt, those all-ins coming through, and being able to find kills onto a very squishy champion like a Janna.
Well, I want to see if I1D can counter that, because the Howling Gales into a Rakan can be the pain in the backside. So, again, interesting pick from I1D, the debut here in the split, of course. But, folks, if you don't know I1D in the past, this was his pick. This was when he got to High Challenger. He was known as a bit of a Janna OTP back in the day, and it was something that made him famous. So, I1D flexing it out here in this bottom lane is going to be fun, especially when he's going up against the more known name in Sword Art throughout his historic career. As Lyric, that bottom lane's already shoving up. Hung is now towards the bottom side himself, while Shanks has priority here. It looks like the lanes are starting out pretty nicely for WE.
And it's just like their first series. It really felt like the place where they got the better of anyone's legend, was just being able to draft and win out through 2v2s. And right, they did draft to be able to do this. Like you have the range support matchup. You've already talked about how much of a nuisance Janna could just be against Rakan in particular. You have ranged against melee in mid. You're going to have a lot that Hung is able to work with. To where for Ultra Prime, it's going to be about just being able to get through the early game, survive this laning phase, and try and find a time where you can bring Ning down to the spot side. Because 3v3, that's where things like engage supports can try and do more and win out against the likes of an enchanter like Janna. But WE might never give them the opportunity, with Hung already getting some vision control in the bot side jungle.
Yeah, not going for the dive, but the wave wasn't there. However, regardless, that vision you mentioned is going to give a bit more information with the camp seen to be cleared out. Thinking that Wukong's going to be on the top side. Lyric, just a side note, we saw there, last time that Janna was played, I think it was with LNG, which would tell me that I1D played it last. Yeah.
Yep, it was
in
I believe
2021.
822 days. Yeah, so 2021, over 2 years since we have seen that one come out. Just over, as it looked like it was spring split when he played it.
Because Howling Gale's dangerous, but a good return here from Sword Art in the bottom lane. Hung was spotted out trying to get that Vault Breaker into the lane, and that's how crazy it is. One Howling Gale, Doggo would have been in a lot of trouble with his summoners, but he survives to live the tale as Hung just goes back to clear his last cap. Now, Lyric, that ward you pointed out, I want to mention, Ning is going to be spotted over it as his Gromp respawns, so we are going to give a little bit of information over to WE so that their brains can get bigger.
Yeah, Ultra Prime going to be... Ultra Prime would want to look for a play on bot because you have a reset coming out from Ning much before Hung. He comes back on the map having items. He is stronger right now, but there are so many wards littered around that bot side for WE. It looks like they all did just time out, but the information has already come through. So didn't matter if Ning did have that slight window because he didn't waste time hovering around his lanes like Hung did. Now we'll just have to default to farming once again.
And farming's what we're going to do. Slower pace early gamers. I'm going to say that now, but Cube and Harry up in that top lane, that's going to be a fun level 6. The Tank Bros already smashing it out. We've seen who can lift more at the gym. Now, at the start of this broadcast, I did say, or at least start of the game, Lyric, that we had a 5,000 kilo game plan here from both teams. I forgot. Malphite is rock solid. He's literally a mountain. I think mountains weigh, what? They're tons, bro. 5,000 kilos. It's more like 5 million kilos, I feel like, just in the top lane alone.
Oh yeah, 100%. I wonder where Scion like ranks on a scale comparison to Malphite. I know there are pictures out there showing comparisons of like how large the champion should be. I believe Aurelian Sol is still the biggest champion in League of Legends.
I know. As we
like
see Dragon approach here from Hung, 1.5 tons. Scion is 1.5 tons, man. Oh my god, and he's almost 100 years old as Tippers makes her way out. Hung, not getting the Vault Breaker though. Forge, explosive cast, gets him out of there. Lyric, unfortunate for Hung on the timing, just didn't connect.
Yeah, sadly, just not having the range to be able to get that up, so a lot blown in mid lane. Forge, not even having to use his own flash, right? Having that explosive cast ready. So ultimately, Ultra Prime just trading up, picking up a dragon on their side as well. I will say as the game goes longer, I still think I probably favor WE. I mean, you have a Jinx, you're going to outrange, you have an Enchanter paired alongside her, and you have a ton of disengage coming out against a composition that is all engage. So I feel like WE should have both the play pattern and slightly superior scaling to get through. But when you have so many go buttons, it at least means you have a lot of ways to punish mistakes.
As Ning, speaking of, going to be spotted out here, but not engaged on by Hung. Remember that flash was burnt before, so he lets him go. Lyric, I have Googled in the time you were talking there to find out how heavy Malphite is. I'm very sorry to everyone. Scion might be 1.5 tons, and he's about 100 years old, but Malphite is 86 tons and 36 feet tall. So he is the #1 heaviest champion in League of Legends. He is really the unstoppable force, this website says. So that's, yeah, 87.5 tons just in the top lane.
Kind of disappointed we don't see him more often. Here this man is, could be like the heavyweight champion of the world, could literally 1v1 any of you listening right now. And we only see him, I'd say, one in every, what would you say, like 20 games? That might even be being generous.
Yeah, not enough, right? We're seeing Scion more and more as well, or at least more and more than the Malphite. I'm going to pause
he's the second most played
conversation.
champion right now.
Oh, he is actually as well, for good reason, right? Not as heavy as the Malphite.
Top lane, I'm sorry.
Useful, you're right. Hung is coming in level 6 on Forge, but look at the reservation from Forge. Doesn't overstep as Hope gets the ulti out in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Doggo is safe for now. He's got Severin, but Hope and Iwandi continue to push forward while WE elsewhere are not finding much else.
No, but still turning this into a lead, right? CS advantage in top, CS advantage in bot. Very much looking like their first series, which I'll break your heart a little bit because I was looking at some stats before the series started, and both of these teams are bottom 5 in champion kills per minute. So despite the fact that LPL overall has been much slower, both of these teams have definitely been some of the primary offenders. But hey, right now with the pryos they have in mid and bot, looks like they are trying to angle for some action. Ning gonna wait in the brush, so isn't susceptible to any danger just yet. And even Ultron's bot lane playing very respectfully, not giving any openings over to Hung.
Unlucky from Hung as well that he wasn't able to see that ward. Going to be moved away here as Shanks continues to push out mid, guys. As Lyric just said, it'll be a slow affair through the early game. But now that we have those ultis up and available, now that Dragon's 2 minutes away too, seems like we're trying to get a little bit more proactive, especially down this bottom side as Scuttle, Rift Vision. That's what we're looking at right now. Speaking as well, Rift Vision right now, Lyric, over to WE. I'm wondering if they're going to move up there because it feels like in a game where you do have a priority in a lot of your lanes, Herald should be the priority, but Hung's like, no, screw that. Every time it's about bot.
Okay, still just waiting in the wings. I'm gonna see if Ning makes his way around. Okay, no action happens. I was ready. I was ready to be able to drop just in case any action came through. But yeah, WE, they're the team that have all the onus to be able to pick up Herald, maybe wanting to try to stay in bot lane longer, knowing that Ultra Prime really don't have many options to take it, and not wanting to give the trade of where, hey, we're going to go get Herald with our bot lane, you're going to get some free plate spot. I would say now would be an opportune time, move Iwandi up and start this one off. But hell, if they don't go for it, looks like Ultra Prime might just be the team to get the chance.
Sort out first to the punch as well. Forge moving on up, and that's a big overextended sign, but it is a sign nevertheless. Is TP going to be used? Shanks coming back in. Remember that just turned into Unleashed Teleport 5 seconds ago, Lyric. So the timing exceptional, but can WE get in? That's the biggest thing. Explosive cast. Hello, free jungler. The all-in from Hung to turn it around. Iwandi, though, not going to die, but the unstoppable force. Massive there. Somehow the Janna ult moves the 86-ton giant, but still, first blood goes over to Ultra Prime as a rocket. Flies. Forge. He's not going to be denied. Herald sitting there, taken away. I think in the end it does still go to Ning, but first blood as well. That's the perfect icing from Ultra Prime.
Right, and I mean, hell, we just saw in that fight so much CC to be able to go through. Now we need to keep our eyes on Ning and see where he does end up dropping it. I actually don't know if this is one where we need to have much of a guess because I don't expect you to be able to have a need to drop it topside for Malphite. He's getting pushed in. Same going for Gragas. Sure, your bot lane is getting pushed in, but Ophelia is really the only person where it would make sense to give any of that gold over to.
But at the very least, gold still given in some regard. Yeah, no assist kind of sucks, but we'll have a look and see if any action brews after this because WE is starting up the Dragon. Ning on the wrong side of the map right now, Lyric, so it does feel like WE are going to be shaking hands here a little bit, and you look at the last fight, even though it was a win for Ultra Prime with Herald included, WE is still up by 1,000 gold.
And all of it just coming from the lead that their laners are finding, right? I mean, especially Cube in that top side, doing a nice job, sitting about 20 CS above his counterpart. As we're going to get to see here exactly what went down. WE late to the punch when they should have had tempo with all the prio in their lanes. Dodges out on the knockup from Hung, but still big Malphite ult to make sure that things go down. Then instantly into more CC. I believe it was from Sword Art as well. And with just nowhere to go, we see Hung get taken down so quickly. And this is why I said, you know, despite the fact that the longer the game goes on, it might favor WE. When you do have so much lockdown, when you do have, you know, at least some bursts that'll come online later on, WE can't afford to make any missteps.
Well, this might be one of them, depending on how Sword Art pivots. Forge was moving down as well, you could see in River. And preparing that Gragas ult yet again here. But WE hold steadfast as they picked up the Dragon in that replay, or at least moments before. They've evened it out. They still have the gold lead here in this game. And those first items coming on board first. Luden's Echo now picked up, or Tempest, excuse me, by Shanks. Hope already had the Storm Razor as we went into that last replay due to all the plates he's taken, plus the CS lead. The only other person who's really picked up their first item is Ning and Harry on Ultra Prime. So we'll have to see when Doggo and Forge can catch up on that boat and see what Ultra Prime's next move is with objectives so far away.
Again, I think they need to find a timing to be able to bring this Rift Herald in bot. And like you pointed out, Ning having the Divine Sunder, he's the one person in the game who should be stronger than his counterpart. We can even see here a level up over Hung. Is it going to stop Hung from being able to steal it and get away? Oh, poor Ning.
It's irritating, man. I mean, Hung is great at this. This is what we knew him for in spring. That was his debut. Flashing over walls, jungle stealing, jungle dominance. I mean, if you have to say one thing about this man is a no-holds-barred here from any time he plays in Summoner's Rift. But the biggest thing that Ning now wants to do, Lyric, seems to be towards bottom lane, as Herald is still in his hand. And Herald is now just going to be dropped down finally to give some gold over to poor Doggo.
And I'm glad to see it. We've been seeing a lot of like failed Herald drops coming out for the first week of play. put in the middle of the lane, gets bursted out before it's able to get a charge, but Ultra Prime do guarantee the charge comes through. They're also the highest team in terms of taking Rift Heralds right now in the league, so it's good to show that a team that both prioritizes them knows how to use them well. So now for Ultra Prime, gotten pressure where they needed it. A ton of wards littered in the bot side jungle, so it should open up for Sword Art and Doggo to have a bit more safety as well as play more aggressive. Because look at the minimap. Forge and Ning just constantly hovering around this area.
Yeah, pulling the trigger is not happening, but still, it's the movement, as you said. Forge, a pain in the ass right now, as Shank's going to be TPing back to lane, guys. Reminder again, you might be sitting there, lying in your chair, playing with your toesies. It's 14 minutes in, we've only got a kill. You need to chill out, you need to wait it out, because this is going to ramp up. Ultra Prime WE are not the kills per minute team that you want from an LPL game. But that doesn't mean that things aren't going to be happening soon. As everyone hovers towards bottom lane, as Doggo tries to clean out the wave and push down the first turret blood, WE are just waiting towards this tri-brush where they know Ning is, where they know Sword Art is as well.
You can see that both teams, like, they want the other one to go, and they're like, hey, we are ready. Come fight us. But neither one pulling the trigger. Ultra Prime finally going to do it, but Hung should just be able to get this and walk away, so Sword Art just going to look to clear out some vision. Doggo, if he gets this turret, we might finally get it.
I told you we were waiting for it. I want to get a bit of movement speed with the heal, but double cyclone should be there. Quick ulti flash. I wonder. And on the backside, Sword Art was caught out. Hung and Shanks, the two-man unit from the mid jungle, make short work as Ultra Prime now try and progress forward.
Ultra Prime, the team that ends up losing a member, also losing out massively in their solo lanes. We see Shanks now, but in top side, Cube is all the way proxying, like, up towards the inhibitor. Now gets to walk back, finish this turret off, extend his CS lead even more. And remember, Ultra Prime's comp isn't very damage heavy. So the stronger Cube gets, it's going to be meaningful, because you're really only going to have one source of damage hitting that front line. As we see here, Ning goes in, but of course with things like the heal coming out, great choppers from Hope, just no follow-up, able to come out from Iwandi with the clutchest flash to make sure that he gets the hell out of dodge.
Sick chompers, as you said. Hope pressed an E down on top of that ward. For the double TP was not only ingenious, but yeah, it gave so much to WE on the other side of the map. And now as Dragon spawns, Lyric, we have to look at what's down, because about a ham and a handbasket right now falling off the wayside as Summoners down for Hope and Iwandi. You can see on the other side, Doggo without his ghost as well. A couple of those ultis need time to come up in Nings. It looks like Ultra Prime realize they have enough though, as Death Rock going to be flying through, blocked out by Sword Art. Ultra Prime strong enough to take this dragon and take themselves to number 2, while WE just handshake, take the deal, and go to Herald in the top side of the map.
Yeah, WE can elect and opt into going for the gold trade. You would expect them to look to be using this towards mid lane. And I think with a composition like Ultra Prime's, if you can get control over mid lane, be able to freely access either side of the enemy jungle, it's going to be really hard for them to find avenues into lanes, try to contest priority, which will just give WE free reign over the whole map. So this Herald definitely can be massively impactful. We're going to be looking at Ultra Prime to potentially look for picks with how much CC they have. Already looking right now towards Shanks.
He's a dead man. See, Sword Art, it's too late. Harry just ultis in. Shanks, he doesn't want to burn too much. Tippers will come out, but no flash. Nothing of the sort to try and waste some time. Everyone commits. Ning picks up the kill, but it is still a kill. While I will say, again, traded positively, because Cube is playing World of Warcraft down here.
Yeah, at this point, you might as well go like one of the sillier Scion builds. You know, like you pick up Hullbreaker. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe even get some AD items. I don't know. I don't know what Cube's like brain's gonna be cooking up, but just completely commit to the split push and be that annoying Scion and solo queue that just continuously dies but takes everything in the enemy base.
Dude, he's got a bounty as Herald gets spawned into mid lane. Guess who's joined in? The level 13 shredded Arnold Schwarzenegger top laner, but ignore that. Chompers are down. Hung's engaged, gorgeous. WE pick up a kill, and it's on to Hope as Cube sends Forge over the wall. Herald gets another charge, and he just walks up to the turret. Does he care? Nah. He'll ulti out of there with Forge's ulti in the mix and just chill.
I'm so surprised he even like thought he had to ult out of that situation. We saw, I mean, again, no one's going to do damage to you, my dude. No one is going to hurt you, Cube. Doggo only being on like first item. Sure, it's a strong item, but already having plated steel caps. Now Radiant Virtue coming out on this Scion as well. Sunfire has already been sat on for a long time. Just we're going to be waiting for Doggo to hit something like the LDR is hung here. Does get the ult off before the clone comes through. Really nice combo with the rocket to make sure that they get this first kill. And you see again, no one's going to hurt this man outside of Doggo. No one.
I just love that he walks up for one hit on the turret. He refuses to elaborate, leaves, and now has a Radiant Virtue second. So this is just suddenly a game about this top lane Scion who did well in lane, who is now ahead, who is the only one in the game, by the way, folks, with a bounty, 30 CS lead. Cube is on the bottom side of the map. He's TPing to this turret. His ulti's not available, but he decides, okay, I'm going to show up anyway and just run at them for no apparent reason. Interesting stuff.
Just gonna look to go in, but not gonna be able to find anything out of it. TP's now blown. And just both teams posturing around mid lane. I guess for WE, you already have like bot lanes pushed out. You already have a fair amount of vision around mid, so they aren't really pressured to do too much right now. They know they're not going to be able to look towards any type of like insane 20-minute Baron play. So it just seems like slow and steady is going to continue to be the name of the game. And they're probably just going to default to, waiting every time Dragon spawns before we get semblances of action to come through.
Yeah, until then, everyone, what kind of blanket have you got on? I'll tell you right now. I have a nice, wait, hang on, it's fallen off. I've got this grey blanket. It's come from IKEA. It's about, I'm not doing inches because I shouldn't encourage Americans to get the wrong system. 10, 15 centimeters thick, like thick as all hell with 2 C's. And it is the warmest blanket ever because tonight it is like 10 degrees, even in Sydney, because we are upside down and the weather here is winter. You're in Arizona. Well, can I say that, Lyric? I've already said the first part of it. You're in America, a place starting with
I'm in Arizona,
there we
I've
go.
said that many times.
Go find him.
Please don't. You know what? I don't leave anyways. Okay, a pick potentially going to come out. Harry, he's really tanky. Has to use the ult to get away.
Surprised Cube didn't actually follow that one up, but didn't want to burn anything more than the ulti there as well. As I don't think this is an IKEA blanket at all, but we'll pretend I said the right thing. Lyric, they're walking towards Baron. Could they do Baron? 2,500 gold. WE. Baron? No, it's got vision on it.
And I feel like if you're WE, the only way you really lose is if you give over like an easy opportunity to get on top of Hope. For W, I think playing this one out the way they're doing makes a lot of sense. Kind of play it slow. Yeah. Again, poke your head in the enemy jungle, get a bit of like shallow vision down, see if anyone oversteps, try to catch them out. But just wait, because Ultra Prime going to be feeling the pressure to try and come into you. Now, Harry, no ultimate online. I think Ultra Prime are really going to be dissuaded from even contesting this Drake.
Walking towards it, Hung has already started it off. They're making the switch towards Baron to threaten the rest of WE. Cube is face-checking by himself as Radiant Virtue on a bit of a cooldown. He's going to get Gravitum, but no one, as you said, does damage. Sword Art chasing after him, but he doesn't take damage. I would probably run now as Doggo's positioning not good. He has to Gale Force out of there, and just like that, Dragon for free. That's it. WE now have positioning over this Baron yet again.
And it's just... the longer this game goes, the more I'm like, I wonder what Ultra Prime are going to be able to find. Honestly, it's going to be like waiting for members of WE to show in sides and then trying to pull the trigger with Harry's ultimate in mid and just hoping you have enough damage there. The problem is that WE haven't been showing on sides. Both teams kind of know they have these giant meatball-esque compositions. And it seems like they're too afraid of getting collapsed on. So they're just going to continuously stay around mid. Shank's finally going to show now.
Okay, 8-year-old girl on the top of the brush up there with her friend Tibbers, who is essentially just a bodyguard. Her parent, I think. But Shanks is not holding a stun for the time being. Instead, Harry can take the blast cone. Shanks still hasn't shown. Forge has, though, as he walks towards the wave. WE are amplifying this pick. They're going to use the stun, the CC. Forge could be a dead man, but he's got flash. He's got ult available. He's sus on something as, Hug misses, but dude, they still get the summoner. That's still a win.
Yeah, they're going to take that every single time, but this is what we said. The second they show in sides, this is when you need to look to pull the trigger. Not wanting to do it, considering that Cube was the only one in distance of like any CC to be able to come through. But even heavy trading onto him is flank.
Why are we engaging on the side? Harry going to be knocked up and spun out. The backline access onto Ning. Down goes the jungler. Doggo getting a good ulti off, but look again! Is that Balsam in the back line? We've got to roll up his lore as Cube just runs in. He doesn't die. Ultra Prime can't do a thing.
No, this one is just, again, no damage, a bunch of meatballs. Sadly, by Ultra Prime, I feel like it's only going to get harder and harder. But WE now going to be able to convert this into a Baron. We'll see if Forge and Doggo are even going to opt in to come, like, trying to do anything a little bit cheeky, but seems like no. I mean, it would be hard to try to steal away the Baron with, like, a Gragas Q or something, but it definitely won't happen if you don't try. So I'm a little bit disappointed in you, Forge.
Yeah.
You could have done great things.
I mean, Ultra Prime maybe could have done great things because this game is just slowly but surely going towards WE as we look at this fun replay again.
Yeah, we're going to see the engage comes through, but the big thing being Shanks onto the backline. 2 flashes forced out means Ning goes down right away. And then there he goes. Bam! Gets the CC knock-up onto Sword Art as well. Doggo does manage to get away in the end with things like the Ghost, the Flash, the Gale Force, everything having to be used.
Look at him! He doesn't care! He doesn't care. Cube just TPs
like
the bot side with Baron, and Ultra Prime have to leave.
You know, you used to love the Fridge saying, but I feel like Cube must be the next level evolution of a Fridge in this game. Which would be...
What is better than a fridge?
Are you Googling that?
Yeah, Kogan, 362-liter interchangeable chest fridge and freezer. With Afterpay or Zipper Pay, $600.
That's kind of the same thing, right? It still had fridge in the name, so I feel like we'd kind of want to move on to like a better household appliance.
Well,
or is he just the house itself?
True. Maybe he is the house as Forge is TPing in. He wants to try and be the apartments that bridge off the back end. Not sure what neighborhood we're in anymore, but Forge, he's going to be trying to get him away. There's an explosive cast there. It's slow on the damage front, but hey, after a while, it's starting to hurt. Tibbetts is out and boom! Goes the dynamite. There ain't no bomber there. Instead, the explosion's first to come as WE with Baron in the bot side. And meanwhile, Ultra Prime might just have to leave and go running home scared to their base.
And it seems like WE have just found a style that suits them in this new meta. Like, they're happy to play out slow. They have strong laners, and they're able to deliver and really just slowly whittle away at their counterparts. Just recreating what they did in their first series beautifully here again.
Well, I have to say, this series, or at least the start of it, has just turned into like an LG advert because their sponsored post on Google is saying, entertain like a baller. I don't know how in tune they are with the esports community, but I feel like that's the first step. So LG, if you're listening, nice sponsorship as the reaction time from Hope is gorgeous. You know, Harry wouldn't have got much out of it anyway, but still, Hope showcasing his JDG style. As this WEAD has just had a chill-out game, along with the rest of WE here in this game. It's been slow, it's been steady, but we know in the end, the Tortoise always wins the race.
Yeah, Hope showing us why him and Iwandi were such a touted duo coming into this year and why people were excited for this WE roster. Time to see if Ultra Prime, Ning gonna go for it?
But Hope is out yet again. Ning is dead once again. WE not even sweating at this point. It's probably time to go and get a snack, get some dinner, because if the next game looks anything like this, WE are chilling here as they continue undefeated up against Ultra Prime in game number 1.
You know, I've thought about it, and I feel like the upgrade from a fridge should probably be a rice cooker. I feel like if you look, you can probably find some really nice... Is there anything more useful than a rice cooker? I'd argue no. And Cube in that game was incredibly useful. Chilled in top lane, split push a bunch because Harry kept leaving lane, got a bunch of gold, got a bunch of stats, and then bam, the rice is done. You get to make your delicious like egg fried rice, and you know, here we are.
First of all, you probably wouldn't. I mean, some people don't keep eggs in their fridge, but you probably wouldn't be able to have eggs without the fridge. I'm not sure how the rice cooker is more important, but as you folks can see, I mean, this game, nothing much happened until we realized that Cube wasn't unbeatable. We're talking about fridges because, honestly, the analysis of that game going over and over it is like, well, Ultra Prime couldn't commit to some of the picks. The hard engage we talked about, Lyric killing Hope on the backside. by the time we finally saw some of those engages coordinated up, they were in their own base trying to kill Hope in the final desperation play.
Yeah, like if you want like a holistic overview of that game, it's like, all right, Ultra Prime ended up out of draft with losing lanes, like trying to bring in some of these flex picks like the Gragas. And you also had like lower damage. You were indexed only to engage. You're going up against something like a Janna. Just, I feel like they had a lot of issues coming out of draft already that made this game WE favored. But then once they felt the pressure, they're like, okay, we need to try and make plays. We need to try to go for aggressive dives in bot lane, which I agree with. They need to find a lead or they will get outscaled and it's going to get incredibly hard. Problem is, those plays got botched. Mostly WE outplayed them, like we said, like things like the Flame Chomper is able to come on that bot side, deter the dives. And then the whole time, Cube is just getting huge in top. So it's like draft was a problem. Because of draft being a problem, they're forced into a haphazard game plan. And then when that goes awry, there really is just nothing Ultra Prime can do.
I wonder he did more damage than Ning. Maybe an issue worth looking into, as the Janna had more interaction than the Monkey King. That just goes to show you what Ultra Prime got to do in that game. The answer, pretty much nothing.
No, and we saw, right? He spent a lot of time in the early to mid game trying to hover around his bot lane, trying to make things happen. But sadly, just no opportunities ever presenting themselves. Like, seriously, it has been so impressive how WE's laners have been able to play out through their laning phases so far. You've already pointed out, again, not any like top teams in terms of where these teams finished in spring playoffs that WE are playing up against just yet, but still, Ultra Prime sitting 2-0. Like, this is an opponent that you have to put some respect on.
Yeah, well, again, something needs to be shown for Ultra Prime in that game. But hey, for WE, Hung at least having a better jungle game. Again, we've talked this guy up in previous splits, or at least the last split as his debut. But for WE, that good mention will continue. As, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break. Hopefully, we get a bit more spice and fast-paced action in game number 2. But at the very least, WE sitting pretty as we return in a moment. It's a 2v2 in base. Ultis ahoy as Cryan is doing the damage. Look at this man again getting Tibbers out of the face of Fetus. Gets chucked out. YSM on his deathbed. Tries to run in and he dies. Meanwhile, Nautilus flushes and the LPL is unrelenting. An open nexus for Cryan. Fetus and Haijiao are trying to get him off. Fetus will die. Haijiao's next. And Cryan has just shown that his time on the bench was misplaced. Welcome back to the LPL.
Barely surviving at this moment in time as Tarzan goes for TN. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play. Cyclone is there, but the culling. Scout knocked up and TN's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jaggalo getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Vigil. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him, and it's a triple for Gala. Everybody moving over. TP immediately for Forge to see Perry on the top side of the play as well. Doggo, very aggressive positioning, but you can get away with it on the Zeri. Forge move forward to CDC. Face tanks 2K on the Herald. We're going to flip it here and it's taken by the Wukong. Ning to grab that one. Final chapter across the whole squad. Doggo untouched completely as Pinsy goes down. ZDZ the next target. He tries to turn around, pulls Doggo back. In they go with it, fellows too. Oh, jumps back into the play, but the shield is there. And the kitty cat can't do squat. Forge finishing one off though. And he's too low to go back in. Forge gets knocked off and somehow goes down. And in his debut series, he comes on in. Chichoyi finds the Penta.
Air pack or something.
Oh, really? It's that lame?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's a bit lame. I'm not gonna lie. I have it here. Hang on, let me figure it out. It's upgraded air
wait,
pack.
actually, we gotta
That's
wait.
what it is.
TP flank coming in.
We're gonna have a fight. There's gonna be a TP flank from Scout who's gonna be able to pop loss him immediately. Zika has to go into stasis because here comes the eco. Lands on the 3, and that means that all these health bars are so low. Your front line means nothing if you attack them from behind. Now we can see if Gala can plant his feet, which is exactly what he's doing as he tries to break down the wall that is his Ornn. The Aphelios has gone down, and Gala gets himself excited. LNG want to end this game. They're chasing down Knight. He doesn't really have many places to go, and he's going to be the last one one to stand, but also the last one to fall. Full ace in favor of LNG, 5 for nothing, and they're going to be able to push in and get an inhibitor. And he could maybe go for it, but I mean, this is just a straight up Baron at 20 minutes. That's why they're kind of like pushing for this right now. And look at him on the camera. He took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. You go, please. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing. Go, patient as ever. Gets himself his kill. The hunter finds his prey.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There's another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt train, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No life, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, you know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jab, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that skating. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no,
就是我们新赛季那个粗逼来了嘛，然后就是我们的磨合肯定是还有待提升的。目前磨合的就还算可以吧，但也不算很好。我们下场打 UP 的话，就是主要就是多改正我们自己的问题吧，然后多调整好我们自己状态，然后打他们注意一下我们自己失误，这种比较好。就 UP 的中单萧太郎，其实我们私下有一直在聊天吧，然后跟他关系还算可以，就是对他的印象，就是他也是比较打得偏激进的选手吧，我觉得。然后跟他对线的话，就看谁打得更好吧。
With Forge, a big deal. Okay, at least the respect is going to go both ways, especially going into the game. As we welcome you back after WE just cruised to the finish line. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about, man. That's the blanket. And Shanks, he himself, is warming me up with MVP from Game 1 Lyric because I tell you what, the man had some smooth moves on the Annie.
Yeah, you know, during the break, I was trying to find the most expensive rice cooker I can. I ended up at about a $2,000 one, but I found a $3,000 wok. And in my mind, that is a great representation of Shanks. Brought the fire this game, went in, cooked large amounts of food, probably some MSG in there. And you know what? He was just saying in his interview, let's see who does better this game between him and Forge. And yeah, it was him. Not a huge surprise. Shanks has, been one of these hyped up, highlighted names over many iterations of I mean, hell, he now is like the face, right? The franchise player of WE that they've elected to build around.
Sure, it's changed many different times, right? But you're right, it's now, strangely enough, Shanks who is the mainstay player, but some aggressive moves here. I think honorable mentions already given to Cube for having just such a great tank game as well, inside lane and out. But for WE, the team fights were this easy with our slow game in front of us until Ultra Prime did no more damage than a simple $40,000 fridge could do against his $1 million roster.
Yeah, it was actually kind of sad to see anytime Cube would get in range with them, just how little they would do. But also great mechanics coming out from the other members. We'll also just give the spotlight to Iwandi for picking the Janna, right?
Yeah.
Dominated in the laning phase. Outside of laning, didn't have to do all too much, but even just how much of Ultra Prime's comp identity is shut down by this Janna pick really felt like a pivotal part of WE's strategy. And now 3 games in, one thing we know is WE are not afraid to branch out from the standard meta. And that is the spiciness we need when games are quite a bit slower here in the LPL.
Yeah, let's get some of those drafts flaring up. And just to kind of get us into it and ready for it, I found out, your comparison was pretty aptly thrown out the window, thinking that you could compare rice cookers to fridges, because I, in the break, found the most expensive fridge. Now, I told everyone in chat about $9,000 was what I found for a nice big cooler, but I have found the most expensive fridge in the world, which is a $41,000 Meneghini Aradamenti refrigerator that has like 3 doors, a coffee machine in the front, something from BioShock up in the top so that the little sisters can get out, and a station down the bottom that comes from Alien vs. Predator that refills water and probably has that little thing that comes out of it as well.
Look, I can already tell you there's a massive problem with this because it's probably one of those ones that you can connect to your home Wi-Fi and stuff like that, but that means it could be hacked. So there you go. It's already deficient as compared to I've moved on from the rice cooker. Now it's all about the wok. And I don't know how we get back on track from here. We do have game 2. I do believe teams opted into swapping sides, if I remembered correctly, which would make sense. Teams still are choosing blue side these days, which even though earlier we said, theoretically, with so many OPs, Red should end up with more. Red still has more must bans, in my opinion. Like, hell, just being on blue side means that if Zeri somehow gets left open, which it has quite a few times, you're going to be the team that ends up with Zeri on your team. Or if Melio gets left open, you should be the team that ends up with Melio, even though we have seen teams not first pick it when left open. But I think being over a week in, those days are behind us. The days of seeing Zeri Yumi on the Rift, they're gone.
Thank God. Dude, the fact that we got into week 1, and thank you for the redirect, the fact that we got into week 1 and we saw a Zeri Yumi, again, what rubbish. I think we all know by now that Jamada cannot be more tilted by bottom lane. He got so tilted that he's having a month holiday or something. So it's just crazy to me that Zeri Yumi exists. We have to ban Zeri again because that combo is so stupid. And then we're back to Aphelios, we're back to Jinx, Milio's ridiculous, Casante's ridiculous, even Nico is ridiculous. Like, man, it feels like we're in the bloody, Lupin's class with the Boggart. Everything is ridiculous. And the rant might be over for now, but we all know that this has to change. So hopefully when 13-11, 13-12 comes around, we can all have a break and get out of this space, because League of Legends is a heroic, beautiful, fun-loving game only when there's balance in the force.
I just love the idea that you sold us that, like, here Jamada comes, casts 2 days of LPL, has a bunch of, like, Zeris and Yumis, packs it up, gets the bowler hat, gets the nice, the nice suit and vest off the coat rack, just packs it up, and, we haven't seen him ever since. Who knows?
I'm just waiting. Look, we need a dog champ in the game. Like, I know we have Pogmore, but we need... Oh, sorry, Dogmore, whatever the skin is. But we need a proper dog in the game. Warwick doesn't count. Snoozin doesn't count in the top lane either. That's Anubis. We need a proper dog. Someone that fetches a ball and probably kills the cat while they're at it. Okay, into that set draft. WE on red, Ultra Prime on blue. Now, Jace banned again. The Rumble against Hung makes a lot of sense. Against any of this team, realistically, we just want to see Cassante off the board, Lyric, and then what else? What am I missing? Milio. Milio could be left open here, either Cassante or Milio. What's it going to be?
I think Milio has to be banned here by WE. Cassante, at least, again, you couldn't pick, like, other tanks into him. They're going to function similarly, even if he does just do their job better. We also have things like the Jax that can always come out and go toe-to-toe with it. So WE, ban out the Milio here, does let the Cassante go through. But again, with how Team Prios are shaking up, who even knows what Ultra Prime would end up first picking?
True, I mean, it could be anything.
Oh, wow.
Nah, actually just going off, they're like, okay, whatever, let's just throw a Hail Mary.
I mean, Sword Art has already played the Milio once, didn't win in that game, and because, hell, not even end up going towards it, valuing the Vi. Like, this could be Milio Cassante right here. WE could just end up with Milio Cassante. That would be crazy.
I think you do. It's so OP. Milio Cassante, if you leave it open, surely not. Okay, lock it in. And then what do they do on the other side, Lyric? Jinx, Aphelios, one of those. Like, surely you take away the Jinx, right? I mean, we could keep theory crafting because it's so straightforward now. Here comes Cassante. Cube loves it. Cube's a great Cassante.
Yeah, I think here you'd probably end up going Cassante. Then for Ultra Prime, like you're saying, you lock in one of the ADs. I would say Jinx, because again, Jinx typically does just fare better, but teams seem to prefer the Aphelios as more of a blind pickable champion in their minds. And then you have the question of, do you just outright pick the Annie, which I think makes a lot of sense, is at least having your own strong blind, or do you now, as Ultra Prime, feel pressured to look for an answer in that top lane and, not get banned out in the second phase? Because there's already been a ban thrown at top lane from the side of WE, and that could end up being 2 more if you go Aphelios plus Annie here.
I mean, yeah, look, if you do look topside, I mean, options still that Cassante's fine to go into. Jinx taken away from the Milio. We've got a Lulu that looks like Sword Art's going to be bringing in, but...
I do like this, though.
Please.
Because I feel like teams just typically go over the Jinx so much, and they're just like, nope, we're just going to take the Aphelios, and then you just leave the Jinx, and then you're just on the wrong side of that matchup. Even win rate wise, Jinx doing incredibly well in the LPL so far, sitting at 63%. Aphelios sitting at 35%. So hey, at least they went with the statistical and even matchup wise, like, better champion.
And you see the direction change in our meta as well. Just on one interesting note, we used to have a bit of Lucian Milio propping up, but we've just seen the value of Aphelios, and Hope especially, great Aphelios player. We're complimenting Doggo last game, or at least before we saw the game itself, and how his Aphelios has been in the past, but Hope has been one of the premier AD carries in the past couple of years, rising up in force, especially when he was on JDG. So WE, 3 very strong meta picks right now. We just got to see what goes with it, because now the Gwen's banned away, which is the one LPL answer into Cassante that consistently does well.
Yeah, Gwen off the table. I wonder if they'd opt into taking away the Jax as well. At least then you'd be left with just generic tank topside, which means W also could look to ban the Scion over the Jax if They're more like, hey, we're fine with you, like maybe having a slightly better laning phase. We just don't want your comp to be as well-rounded, because now with having this Enchanter down on the bot side, I think definitely coming through with the tank top laner for Harry would be the way to go to have a more cohesive team composition.
Yeah, well, Harry already played the Gragas last game around. Let's see if it comes around. Oh, sorry, that was Forge, actually, last time around. We saw Malphite, but to no avail from Harry up in the top side. We'll see if he shifts gears a little bit, as Silas was banned by Ultra Prime. Maybe against the Vi, wanted to stop that one, with Ari getting taken away to strengthen that mid-jungle 2v2. Lyric, maybe it's time to get rid of Shanks's. What do you get rid of? Do you get rid of that Annie? Do you need to?
Yeah, honestly, I think you do. I think it is just such a strong, pivotal pick right now. We do need to remember, though, that K'Sante is a flex. Shanks has also played it so far this split, so that one is always there. So I'm actually wondering if WE will even opt into picking mid lane here, because, again, you could just go for Annie, would be a very solid first 4 picks, or you look to take jungle and you keep the flex alive for the K'Sante. And, I mean, hell, you even still have things like that Wukong left open if they did want to go towards it. Viego, another one, which we've surprisingly been seeing Viego's priority rise a little bit in terms of there are some games where either Vi or Wukong are left open and some teams still opt into that Viego if they feel like they need some more damage in these skirmishes.
I feel like, again, though, as we talked about it before, the Annie just showing us so much of the strength of picks for WE. So we are going to see jungle left to last pick here, Lyric, and we are getting ourselves the K'Sante up in the top lane confirmed. But what do Ultra Prime do with this information? We already talked about Harry picking a tank. As you said, you wanted to see a front line built up here for UP. But do they try and take something more competitive, as this was mid last game, so nothing confirmed yet?
Yeah, I feel like an ideal thing would have been like had you gone the Scion and then you go something strong in the mid lane that can contend with an Annie like a Syndra, but not going to want to go for that. They're probably just going to finish it out. The one thing I'll say, despite still, again, a bunch of frontliners with the Jinx, at least this time they have the Jinx over the Aphelios, so again, the kind of better side of the matchup, and they have an Enchanter to make sure that Doggo is buffed up the later the game goes on. So I definitely feel like they've made some strong adaptations. The problem is, I feel like WE have like a top 2 pick in each role so far. Milio, the most coveted support with Yuumi. K'Sante, the most coveted top laner. Annie, the second most picked mid laner after the Nico. Aphelios, like, I guess, second set of 80 carries after the Zeri's off the table. Seriously, WE have, like, everything you would love to have in this meta, I guess, outside of jungle, but hell, they could have gone towards the Wukong. They already have good enough sustain in frontline, so ended up going with the Viego, get more damage, get more resets, set up for those fights better.
I mean, again, for WE, getting these picks is just through draft. We're already saying K'Sante and Milio just given over willy-nilly for the 5 first pick. Ning, what can he do with this pick? What can he actually achieve here in this game is going to be the biggest question, because you've sacrificed so much to get so little. As you said, Ultra Prime, their bottom lane have an opportunity through the laning phase. We'll see how they go there, but Ultra Prime weren't able to get much done. No proactive nature from Ning, and I'd say the rest of the team in game number 1. Let's hope things change here, because UP were 2-0 coming into this, but WE may have their number, as Incheon, they look to continue their win streak. And yes, I said win streak. It's been 2 games, it's been 2 individual games, 1 series, but hey, a win is a win as we get ready to drive onto Summoner's Rift yet again. And I have to say, WE were looking pretty clean in game number 1, apart from Hung missing some Q flashes. Everything else went pretty cool.
Yeah, WE looked, again, you said it best, they were just cruising. They were just able to chill in game 1. They were able to chill in their first series. Really haven't been pushed just yet. But hopefully with the small adaptations Ultra Prime had made, again, they should at least be set up a little bit better this time around. The place, I'm afraid, for them, once again, is the early game. What can they do? You don't have a lot of setup for your lanes. Just a bunch of CC, no real damage to be able to convert. So I'm afraid if WE get the ball rolling first, they just might be able to bring it home.
I always love Xiano. Xiano has the most heroic back throws as well. Like, I'm not sure if we've had Terracotta Warriors there yet, which is their place, but a lot of beautiful structure. He's interrupting the joke. Ning. Oh, no. Just a bit of a trade.
Luckily, it happens early enough to where he will be able to recall, get back on the map, have that HP, like not right before his camp spawned, which Could have been a bit of awkward timing. So we've already hit on for Ultra Prime. I think when you look at lanes, like, can Ning gank for any of his lanes? Yeah, but not a whole ton of damage. You have tanky top laner in the Cassante. It's going to be hard to take down. Maybe you can burn Annie Flash early, but as the game progresses, you really don't have the profile to really be able to threaten her all too much. And bot lane, it's probably just going to be all about giving Doggo and Sword Art vision and allowing them to play out through the laning phase and scale up to a point to where they're incredibly strong.
We got the Sion play in bottom lane, by the way. Spotted out by a ward, so W won't be falling for it. But speaking of vision, Ning is starting an award here up in the blue side lyrics. So they know that Harry gave the leash. We know that Ning is going to be up towards the top side of the map. And already, look at Hung. Hung is like, yeah, I can either find him and start a fight. Cameraman, take us there. Because Ning is just going to get invaded on. There's a smite available for Hung. He gets it. Ning, I would not fight this, especially not versus the Viego flood. Oh, he does an auto! Hung, why? He did an auto. Ning gets away with his life. Flash for flash.
He started the animation, right? Like, I wasn't seeing things. It looked like the auto animation started, canceled it, clicked back, and... even if not, I feel like a bit maybe overzealous from Hung to hope he can get it there, but hey, still a big win. Able to force Ning out of his own jungle. You even stole away a camp, so does have momentum going on WE's side to start off with.
Yeah,
also the mental victory.
God, that hurts. Let's watch again. Hung versus Ning. Close action.
Hey, at least it's not as bad as Kanavi invading Tarzan the other day and actually getting 1v1 himself, as we're going to see her goes through. Q comes out. Goes,
God, though.
You're right. It actually hurts worse the second time watching through. You feel bad for WE, despite the fact that they came out ahead in that play. Let's not let that deter us from the fact that Hung is still the winner.
He's having a slightly rough day. Again, I said in game number 1, a couple of Q flashes missed. That auto cancel as well. Yeah, just hurts. Canceling it.
To kind of expand on that, though, and, you know, bring it to WE, like, when you looked at WE in spring, like, BioB was definitely the weak link of the roster in my eyes. And again, like, just kind of someone who was there to absorb pressure. But Hung was the other one you're really looking at. So inconsistent, had some great games where he just invaded and took over a game with his aggression. But also had some games where he kind of just went in, ran it down. And let's hope that's not happening here.
Level 4's hit, bit of health bar coming through as he wants to re-engage onto Ning. Got the health, the flash from Shanks. Mid-priority is a dream as now you have yourself a Q to get out, but Forge ain't going to let him. Flash body slam, and it's a trade of junglers going down for first blood mirrored.
Yeah, I think for WE should be happy that Hung was able to get something because there, we saw Ultra Prime's bot lane had Prio. They were moving over first. You were losing out in the 1v1, so the fact that Shanks managed to get there and they're able to convert and get one kill is a great sign for WE in a situation that looked a little bit tragic, but still very close game so far coming out from Ultra Prime. Not getting run over in the early game, and we said, hey, you have this big Jinx, you're going to have all these meat shields later on, you will have a better time this game.
But let's just kind of look at what is being mirrored right now. I mean, Ning is going to get the scuttle top side to catch up on some CS, but triple longsword here for Hung. He's doing pretty well on this Viego despite what we've seen, despite the kill being traded across. Was able to pick up some gold on that as he spots out of ward in river. His camp's not available up towards the top side. It's bot that's waiting for him. But Ning has to traverse down that same angle as only 2 camps on opposite sides of the river stand. As Gravitum is going to make me pause. Hope is thinking about the route, but don't think it's up and available. Instead, it's just a good trade onto Sword Art.
Oh, even forcing Forge back. I also want to highlight is... Let's see if Forge actually is walking away from this. A lot of trading in bot lane that, right, everyone talks about, okay, Jinx having the range over the Aphelios, but that's one of the things that the Melio does circumvent with that campfire, allowing him to have much better trade patterns in this lane. And so far, once again, Hope and Iwandi being able to keep to it in the 2v2. One, in exchange of the summoners being burnt with that Gravitum coming through. Cleanse, no longer a Doggo Flash, not on Sword Art. Only Ghost used by Hope.
I mean, that's another summoner taken away. Sword Art using that flash earlier before 2 down here for Ultra Prime's bottom lane. Hope only with Ghost, as mentioned. But Iwandi still has both of his. Now, WE, with that priority we've been seeing, not only was Hung able to steal away the Raptor camp, but also set himself up for the Dragon here, Lyric. Small gold lead still for them. The first objective bounty taken, or rather objective thereof. And things are looking good again, yet in the lanes we've seen today. Shanks and the rest of WE have just been pretty clean throughout the first 15 minutes of the game.
And this is even with them, like in bot lane, again, having a bit of a rougher time in the early levels because of the champions that come through, but still being able to keep pace. Cube winning out in top side. Shanks looks like keeping it about even. I believe lost some CS on the roam he made earlier on, so that's impacting his laning phase a little bit with how much action Hung has been wanting to find. Shanks trying to cover for that.
Ulti's available for Forge. Shanks has Tibbers out. Tibbers gonna die. Forge gonna miss the ulti. Yeah, a modem. That's what you do. Is now Ning meets with a familiar fate. Oh no, it's the happy masked salesman. And Link has to get out of there before he smiles any further. That's, again, just more pressure coming through from Hung.
Yeah, WE doing a nice job of actually using the fact of like what happened in game 1, right? Like knowing, hey, we're coming out ahead. We have Pryos looking once again Pryo in top. Tibbers came out earlier on, which kind of gave the push over to Shanks. And especially the second the explosive cask just completely flops, that just gives you even more guarantee that you can look for this kind of invade. So 2 camps going to be stolen away. And I love that Hope and Iwandi are taking away the Scuttle Crab at the same time. It gives Ning even less options of what he can look for on the map.
How upset are you right now as Ning 20 CS down? Your topside taken. Wolf's going to be the only thing up and available. Herald's coming up in 20 seconds as well. And Lyric, Hung has hit level 6. So this guy's got Heartbreaker available. He's got himself probably close to his first item, or at least the makings of some serious components. Looking real good as ulti comes through. Cube looking for the 1v1. Ulti blocked out by Harry, but how you get away, Sion? The answer is you don't. You left open the Cassante, and you're here to rule the roost as Cube solo kills Harry up in the top side.
Cube feeling good coming over to Team WE. We hit on it. This man has always been in the upper echelon of top laners in the LPL. Kind of being that gatekeeper up to the S tier, but always beating down on people who aren't rated as highly as him. Another one is...
Can you 1v1? No, you do need your mid laner. Herald's Eye's going to be hit. He gets it anyway. Hung gets the eye. But is he going to be able to pick it up? I mean, Ultra Prime and Jeronimo zone him away, but guess what? More members are coming through. Ultra Prime need the backup.
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that they didn't look for it. I mean, you had your unenclosed spy, I guess maybe afraid of Harry being able to potentially join up a little bit faster, but honestly, maybe even if someone like Diego goes down there, I don't know if that would really be the end of the world. Being able to use that to get some plates would have been nice. We're going to see here some nice trading come out early on. Harry has no mana, gets the knockback, which sets up for the all-out to come through. Harry tries to ult away, but Cube does manage to block that one. And another Q coming through with the flash just seals the deal. But it was really that first knockback into the all-out, which allowed all of that to happen.
And it was still just a beautiful syncopation from Cube to line everything up. But he's now almost got his first item as well. WE 2,000 gold up, and this time we're getting a bit more blood in the early game, but it's going WE's way as Herald was denied. And remember, folks, that even though the eye doesn't get picked up by Hung, that's still 300 gold. Ning lost 300 gold with the steal there, so Hung yet again gets a better gold trade, which is honestly where I think WE's sitting with the majority of their gold lead in this game, Lyric.
Oh, definitely. Definitely has to be in. I mean, it's in top jungle, right? Gonna be in top jungle. Hung's been counter jungling so much, you can see in terms of CS top lane now having this lead, and W feeling confident off the back of it. We do have Tibbers up, which I feel like is the most crucial ability for WE.
Zap's gonna be flashed away from Hope just without his team. Forge comes through, explosive cast beautiful as well. They've caught out Hung. Heartbreaker out of the back line as well. The campfire heals him up and he's out as well in the end. Iwandi as well decides to pop up and cleanse that man away as split apart. WE are caught bare pants with Ultra Prime in the middle.
Quick thinking coming out from Ultra Prime, realizing with W trying to control the space, more aggressively moving up towards mid, it left Hope exposed and quickly capitalizing. It's small moments like that and capitalizations on mistakes like that, which is what's allowed Ultra Prime to be a 2-0 team in the league so far.
Look, I mean, Ultra Prime, they needed a moment like this, at least to restore the faith to some of their fans, I'm sure. Forge getting a great ulti as well to separate. They might not kill Hung, but they disengage. Lyric, my only question now is, do they have enough ultis to look towards this dragon that's just spawned? Because we have no Forge, we have no Ning here. As Shanks dodges away. We'll have to see if their ultis being missed are going to hurt them in the upcoming engage.
I do gotta say though, I feel like WE's missing more crucial ultimates coming through with
That is true.
you know, no Tibbers on the Annie. I wanted also not gonna have that Amelia ultimate to come through to where at least for Ultra Prime you have Doggos and you have Sword Arts. Oh, big flank from Q.
Yeah, but he's got Iceborne. Cube has no flash, but the all-out available TP from Harry on the other end. WE getting out of River away from Sion. Excuse me then. Ultra Prime got the bigger engage here, and they're just going to take their first dragon of the game, which is a win when the gold is going so far astray.
And I feel like when you look at this and how it ended up here, like the Tibbers and the Heartbreaker definitely feel like the catalyst for WE snowballing a fight out of control. So the fact that those just came up right now meant that it really left WE without as many options to be able to burst them out immediately, get the resets online, and take a fight the way they'd want. Ultra Prime feeling fine with the amount of consistent damage they would have had if a fight had broken out right there.
Doesn't in the end, and now as we come back to lane, things feel like they might slow down for a little bit longer. Herald not up for a little bit. It's 2 minutes until that spawns, and we are just fast approaching one item. And look, I say slow for the time being in terms of kills, but WE are keeping this pace. Blue buff stolen again. Hello, Wolves. Ning, those are not yours. Here's Shanks, gets the stun. Tibbers down. Stun up. Heartbreaker. Easy kill. This is their jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Ning just getting absolutely punished right now. Must feel like quite a shock, especially coming off the other day where, again, he was just getting the upper hand over FPX time and time again. But Hung really doing his best, especially having that Black Cleaver in that exchange. Just being all the difference in terms of damage to be able to find that kill.
No surprise, as another kill over to Shanks. Tibbers going to drop yet again, but Shanks is in a fine lead here in this game. As Doggo and Hope are just battling it out, but first Severum with a cozy campfire of Phelios. Things seem a little bit harder to trade against that man, as Doggo went Kraken first, by the way. Item activation for Hope as he has Gale Force Lyric. It feels like old times, you know, Kraken Jinx, Gale Force Aphelios, except at very different times, as that item is no longer a mythic.
Yeah, it's still, I was saying this, I think it was 2 days ago, that it still feels weird to me whenever you see both of them in like the same inventory. It just doesn't feel like it's the way it should work. But yeah, Hope can have, you know, a bit more mobility, a bit more burst, and especially with that execution at the end, to where Doggo already playing to need to be able to deal more ramping damage, right? That's the whole thing for Kraken Slayer. The bonus damage coming through when you do just hit the same target. So setting up for these big team fights later on, but they might not even get a chance to get there. I'm keeping my eyes on Rift Herald coming up in 30 seconds. Tibbers should be up around the same time, and I'd assume WE would love to try to get that objective for themselves.
For now, though, Ultra Prime had the mid push, so let's see what this priority does for them, because Sword Art has moved with him. Bot has been the shift around of Forge, who has TP available. Harry backing off as well, Lyric, but with ulti almost up. So Ultra Prime seems like they are gearing up for this 3-second spawn. I'm just going to wonder if Harry uses ult. Surely not to get to top lane. That would be foolish. As for now, we're just pushing it out, but Ultra Prime again. There's mid. They move up. Where's our jungler? Oh, Ning's in base because he needed Black Cleaver.
And you know, they still might be fine because with WE opting for Shanks to go bot, he's the member with no TP, right? Had the Cassante already been here, it'd be fine. You send Annie up towards top side, but they're realizing they can't go for it. They're going to look for the dive.
Ooh, Forge might be in a bit of trouble. The flash comes through, stun still there. The Heartbreaker in the damage enough. The chase potential just insane as Shanks gets kill number 3. Meanwhile, on the other part of the map where they don't have a jungler, Doggo almost dies. Stop giving Miliona teams. Honestly, the rage, insane.
The range coming through the Moonlight Vigil was expended a lot, being utilized by Ultra Prime there to survive with Doggo. Forge still going down. It's like, for WE, I wonder how much they're going to get done to the spot lane tier 2.
It's going to go down. The Herald team is like, okay, where do we put it? Ultra Prime not going to be here, so 2 turrets go down, plus the kill, plus now a 6,000 just about gold lead. Rocket's going to stop their back as we look at the play. This is what happened, Lyric. Oh my god. Just usual Aphelios things.
Yeah, but that was all on Doggo, right? Walking forward so aggressively, getting caught out, not expecting Hope to be able to come in. Has Gale Force, has Moonlight Vigil. But Ultra Prime now, at least they answer back with one turret. Now it's about if they can utilize this Herald, actively push down another one. Doesn't seem like it with the fact that WE's main forces are going to make it back in time right now. But Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, right? We're going to see a lot of consequences of the last minute where Ultra Prime have blown a lot of flashes. Doggo, no flash now. Forge, no flash. No heal on Sword Art. A lot of vulnerable members.
Curious about that Tibbers ulti coming up here for Shanks. About 5-10 seconds left, so that will be there at level 11. As Stun is now packed up and Hung. Heartbreaker is up as well. Not level 11, but still a threat here as Ultra Prime aggressing onto this turret. They really want to force down mid, but this ain't the same Cube on from last game. Just to be careful of the damage sources, but still it's enough. Ultra Prime are able to bridge open that mid lane turret, get some of the gold back in their pocket as Dragon spawns here, Lyric. And they have themselves a bit of pressure that gets for the vision, but you're right, who's there?
Yeah, Cube, the giant bridge coming on through.
Oh my god, is he gonna die though? Well, no, of course the answer's not there. Explosive cast, beautiful though, but Cube, as he flashes away, Harry zones out. Ning a little bit low after the trade. That was looking real good for Ultra Prime, but Ning is just one shot away all of a sudden.
I mean, had a Moonlight Vigil been thrown out, I don't know if it was like still just about to come up a cooldown, he would have been dead. I believe there was just a lot of damage coming out from people like Shanks with the Tibbers.
There's another one, double grab at him, no Cube, goes in forward, gets a flash out of Harry. Hung trying to pick an angle with that Heartbreaker still there with Flash 2. Everyone into the cozy campfire. We've got marshmallows as Ultra Prime are just zoning away with Doggo. The Jinx thing's happening with Forge. A mighty bit of zoning himself. And Lyric, even without a jungler, even with Ning having to go back to base, they get the Dragon. They played the slow play.
And you see the difference the small adaptations make, right? Getting the Jinx over the Aphelios to give you a bit more wiggle room to play with when you're playing this sort of protect the carry composition, and getting an Enchanter down there in the bot lane to make sure that you have more damage on that singular carry to play with. The fact that Ardent Sensor was already picked up by Sword Art a few moments ago, and you have more attack speed and more on-hit damage coming out from that Jinx, is going to make all the world of difference when playing compositions of this style.
Well, for Ultra Prime, it's helped them claw back now to 4,000 gold the difference and an Infernal Soul. No! That's my blue buff all game long. Hung is like 3 out of 4 so far. As for Ultra Prime, trying to get the remnants of what's left on this side of the map that Hung has been living in. Now with a 40 CS lead to track it for you there. WE hovering around the top side. It's Baron in 1 minute 30, but you have to say this Viego has been a pain all game long. It just doesn't stop.
Honestly, if Ultra Prime make the comeback, we got to give some praise to Ning for not just mentally collapsing it and going like 0-20. Now, if he does go 0-20 and they still win, I don't know what we do in that situation. As we see here, Cube was hoping to find the flank, but CC galore coming through. How does Ning get so low, though? Yeah, okay, so a lot of that damage actually coming from the Cassante itself, then it looked like a bit followed up from the Aphelios. They do end up starting Drake, and we don't get the extended skirmish, but a lot of it was playing off with the zone from that rocket and just Sword Art continuously applying the shield to speed up, getting value out of that Ardent Sensor, allowing Doggo to even just play a bit more aggressively, and it didn't let WE get the Drake.
And many good positioning from Doggo, who's had a bit of a rough day of it so far as well, I'll say. Wasn't able to show too much in game number 1, but as we fast approach this Baron, we'll keep our eyes on him yet again with the BF sword in hand. Baron's in 10 seconds here, and both 80 carries are 1.5 up. We don't have the second item, we don't have an advantage down there, so it's even odds, but we look towards other lanes. Right now, you're worried about people like Cube, who's 1.5 here with the Iceborne in a very strong favor. The Annie with the needlessly large there, Lyric, as well, with Luden's Tempest, so a hell of a lot of burst damage. But Jungle, who is 2 items up, Divine Sunder now picked up for Hung. I think even this Viego is going to be an issue for Ultra Prime to deal with.
Yeah, I love that you highlight these three, the three like top side members specifically in the Cassante, Viego, and Annie, because even though we're kind of building up that Ultra Prime have ended up with a better composition than game 1, there's still just so much that Doggo's going to have to worry about and position well, and make sure that the others are playing around him well, because the burst from a Tibbers followed up with the Heartbreaker coming out from Hong, that might just be jinxed right there. Cube coming off on a flank with the All Out, like a lot of different things you have to worry about for Doggo. Luckily, they won in that last fight where he didn't have flash up, now does have both summoners online, so we'll have the ability to at least be a little bit more aggressive, live life on the edge a little bit more like the doggo of old.
So has to be worried about Shanks, but as you said, that cleanses up, so that gives him a little bit more of that power. But I want to see when he gets that second item, is it going to be around this Baron? Because speaking of, while WE hover up here, Lyric, we got Dragon in a minute 30. So in this ever getting so slow game, we are approaching a 4th objective down on that bottom side with the purple worm staring us in the face. I just wonder, did WE give it up? Do they let Soul Point go over to Ultra Prime? Or do they say, no, we need to fight this? And Baron's left for the time being.
I feel like for WE, you're definitely in a position where you have the ability to fight. So I'm glad that Cube is already making his way down towards bot side, get this wave pushed out, and start getting the map in a state where you can actively and aggressively look for these plays. Hell, even look at the mini-map in terms of where WE has control wards in that bot side jungle. You might even be able to open up for Cube or Shanks to find a big flank once again. So I think WE definitely have the ability to look to contest, especially now. Death Cap picked up by Shanks. Gonna be dealing a ton of damage.
He's 1,300 gold over Forge, so not too surprised, I guess, with the kills that have been picked up, but that's the power of this Annie. We've also got Forge, who was able to pick up Seraph's Embrace as his second item. Rod of Age is not fully stacked, so he doesn't get that extra level just yet, but still, Forge able to match somewhat here, as I'll even say the same. Harry was able to get himself Jack Show, the protein shake, up top side. Not that Sion really needs it. Dragon up in 15 seconds. Here we go. Let's fight. Let's have some Bomber. Let's have some class act. And Shanks seems to be the one who wants to bring class in with his flank angle.
Yeah, okay, good. He's going to go all the way around as well, knowing the obvious ward placements to come through. But Ultra Prime not opening themselves up to the flank just yet. They would have to wait quite a while. I don't know if they know exactly that this ward is here.
Hope this Gale falls forward. Okay, what a baller. Doggo now at half HP. Shanks angle. Waiting for that flash over the wall, but it's only sought out there. Doggo on the other side as Ning pulls his target there. The Wild Growth followed through, but Ning, as he ulties through, just takes a hell of a lot of burst damage. And Lyric, this time around, it's 2 members who get bursted down from Ultra Prime with very little committed from WE.
WE end up as the winners, but I think they would have loved to have way more in a fight at this point, right? This is when they're really going to start coming online and be strong with that Annie being at such a pivotal 2-item point. I mean, Hung being up over his opponent in Ning as well. Like, this would have been great to start snowballing. So I like that Ultra Prime, they get chunked a little bit and they start to back off. They don't go in too crazily. They know that they can keep playing, keep scaling, and wait to fight another day.
Is he caught? Let's see. It is Cassante, has flash available. Could he use it as Harry ults in his general direction? Now with that flash out, Ultra Prime thinking about the Baron, but just walk past it instead. Shanks is on this bottom side. Seems a little bit too risky. So it is just going to be taking the Summoner spell from the top laner.
would have really been something if I'm praising for Ultra Prime for like knowing their limits and backing off, and then they just haphazardly start a Baron. I would have appreciated it, and I would have said that that was a very Ning Sword Art-esque play. Sadly, not yet. I do like, though, how right around the 20-minute mark, Doggo shot his rocket at the Baron, just knowing, hey, we're in the LPL. Like, teams randomly do this. We got to be ready. But, ooh, I don't know if Doggo's ready for this.
Flash, 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 flash. Doggo, Doggo. Right side of the turret is a Death Wish. Is he going to walk into it? No. I think they're kind of expecting that Addy's somewhere. Oh, there was a ward there.
Oh.
Okay, thank you, Observer. Wait, Ning, was that the play? Yes, he flashes over the wall. They get a Summoner again. Ning going balls out again as Hung follows this one, but there's no action while Cube gets the turret. We just keep seeing these plays to force out Summoners, but nothing else happens. I'm losing my mind.
No one ever able to connect. We just have so many meatballs in this meta. What do you do? What do you do?
Well,
like
you just
meatballs?
chill out. You tuck in. You tuck into bed. And you put your feet up. Honestly, has anyone ever played League of Legends from bed? What a great time. All you have to do is play Yuumi, or what else is another champion that really requires your toes? Milio's
requires your toes?
Yeah, you could play with your toes. Yumi's one. I'm trying to think. Garen kind of. I think Garen requires a hell of a lot more skill than Yuumi.
I was gonna say, I feel like you would need quite a few toes to be able to do it. I mean, it depends. Do you mean play well or just play? Because like maybe you just have one of your toes over the Q button. You could play Blitzcrank.
True.
That's all
yeah,
you do.
Play a bit of blitz. Yeah, aim with your other foot. Is Harry going to be flipped back here? Shanks angle again. Is it predictable, says Ning as he drops a ward? Yes. Harry runs through the choke. Cube sit mid. Okay, ulti. Little bit over ambitious. Misses Hung. Meanwhile, this Cassante just chilling with the rest of them. Harry's ulti might hurt. His explosive cask is there. Cube doesn't have flash. Is he going to die? No, he's shielded up. Ulti comes through. Okay, there we go. The all-out tries to get out. Doggo just gets a free kill. WE, do you know what you're doing?
No, and honestly, once again, I need to praise Ultra Prime because they're really thinking about all the ways W wants to play, and they're always conscious of the flank. Let's see if I just cursed it, and if they're ready for Shanks this time around.
Well, Hung's got to do quite a lot here. Onto Forge. He almost gets caught out, rooted up. There's the ulti as well. Shanks' angle is so good. Doggo and Sword Art burning down as he goes golden. You're right, you may have cursed them because Hung is getting reset after reset. The body slam, the heartbreaker to follow through. Doggo's next on the menu, boys. And just like that, WE finally pounds. They use that gold lead well. They've got themselves a free Baron with an Aphelios, as this looks to be back in their control.
Great play coming from Shanks, and a tragedy for Ultra Prime. Seriously, think about how well they've done to dodge this Annie at like all times, right? The mid lane turret, we're wondering with the Diving Raptors, they have the ward there, so you can play to the opposite side. Ning going and checking when he is trying to wrap around. Bot side River, the same thing. But one opening is all you need, and hell, that's why we question leaving over Emilio, Cassante, Annie for the red side team. Huge tibbers going on to 3 members, forcing out the cleanse, forcing out the flash from Doggo, and that's the combo. You now open up for the Heartbreaker, the resets start coming through, and just look at Hung, even going to make his way right past the Scion to get on top of the Jinx, and that is all she wrote for Ultra Prime.
Well, now we're just back in the position that we kind of expected. Again, it was WE who took a massive gold lead and just kept accelerating through mid-jungle, and they have been, you're right. It's only been a couple of dragons, and then, as you said, a bit of skill from Ultra Prime, not only to get summoners, but to avoid the Annie, you were saying. So, Ultra Prime, I don't know if their lucks run out or their moments run out, but WE, we're back in that mid-game lyric. We've never really left. That 7,000 gold leads here. Dragons up again. At least Ultra Prime had delayed it, but for now, what do we get? There's a Heartbreaker out. Ultra Prime grouping up as 5. Cube this time is picking an angle.
And it's going to be all up to Cube because so many important flashes down on the side of WE. Doggo also doesn't have summoners, but WE don't have a lot of great ways of getting to him other than Cube.
As Dragon going to be flipped here. Oh, it goes over to Doggo. The first time around, this Ultra Prime have won a 50-50, it feels like, is looking for Forge, who body slams into nothingness. He has to flash away, but at least Ultra Prime got the Dragon lyric. At least his team with an Enchanter and huge range on something like a Jinx has a bit more time.
True, and I mean, all they have to do is survive another 5 minutes, and then right out, you get into at least the 50-50 for the Dragon, even if WE are the team who will still have control because of the gold lead, because of the item advantages that they found. All you would then need is one lucky smite coming out from Ning or some big damage from Doggo. Would probably seal the deal on the game with that Infernal Soul.
Definitely would. WE, though, in the meantime, are looking to pressure through this mid, through the Baron they picked up before. This mid turret is still standing at 30 minutes in the game. If that doesn't tell you something about how Ultra Prime have held on, I don't know what will.
Again, the fact that they've been down like 5,000 to 8,000 gold for the past 15 minutes, but the game has been very much neutral, right? We've seen both teams posturing around mid. You know, maybe you send Shanks or Q to push out a side wave, and then someone else answers, and then back to the default around mid. I think it's one thing to understand your composition well, and you know, you can see that in the LPL teams who really know to play through their win condition. And then there's another to not only understand your composition, but know what the enemy is looking to do. That's what we've been seeing from both teams so far. It's been hard for WE to try to open up and kind of penetrate the defense that Ultra Prime have managed to put together. And now 3 items of the Drink, Bloodthirster in pocket. Definitely getting to that pivotal point of strength.
Yeah, BT going to be huge as well for Doggo when he already has the Lulu with Ardent Center. As guys, WE just got mid turret at 30 minutes in the game. We get excited for that, but more importantly, we get excited for the fact that we've got another big fight coming up with those items you mentioned, with the fact that Ultra Prime are getting into the late game territory. already been a hell of a lot of resistance with the gold lead, but we're getting to the point where gold is going to matter less and less and less and less. And at 2 minutes 50, we're going to see how much less it matters here. With that final dragon, that will be soul point for Ultra Prime that WE know they have to fight. I just want to know, will the game change at all? Because now, Harry might be caught out. Does he have to ult? Does he have to flash? Big questions to raise. The answer is neither of them, as Baron's also run out Lyric, but they're still going to try and siege top.
I also want to point out here in the on LPL English, we have 3 biases. First, we are always biased to the team that has Mole. That goes for all of us. 2, we're biased to the underdog, which is Ultra Prime. And 3, whichever has the better Twitter account, which, you know, I don't think W really tweets that much, and Ultra Prime... Hey, they tweeted at us earlier, though.
Oh, did they? The last time I saw them tweet was like 2016 before that, but you're right. They're getting better with the Twitter as...
It didn't exist.
I'm talking about WE. You said WE before. I'm like, man, WE's tweeting hasn't existed for ages. You're right. Ultra Prime do tweet at us and have recently. What was Ultra Prime before? This is not Dominus. This is not Sino Dragon, is it?
Ultra Prime were E-Star.
E-Star. And then, wait, no, E-Star was Sino Dragon, right?
No, I don't believe... Wait. You know, had you not started saying things, I probably could have gotten this down to a T, but E-Star were when we expanded... Yeah, E-Star when LPL expanded the league. DMO Sino Dragon is TT.
Right. It's accepted. Yeah, PDD was the one. It was his team, which Xiao Bai, by the way, was playing at the time, at least as a top laner. And now he's just coaching. But
we might need to wait, though. Just look at Shakes. Look at Shakes.
I do.
Okay,
I do need...
that's what happened for now.
I'm just waiting for Hung, more importantly. He's got an angle yet again, but what does he do on the side? He's got GA. He's also got himself an explosive pot to pop. As WE trying to defend this one. Cube's coming in yet again. We have been A-ramming for a couple of years. Howling Abyss continues on our screen. And we're just waiting for that one influential fight.
Yeah, WE, I mean, W are trying their damnedest to find a flank, right? Hung trying to wrap around from one side, Shanks trying to wrap around from the top side. Ultra Prime still just not giving it to them, using things like their scrying wards behind them to make sure nothing comes through. I would say a difference maker could be the fact that Hope has a stopwatch and Doggo doesn't, and like small things like that could really like turn in your favor, Shanks!
Oh my god! We were waiting. We're like, dude, finally, let's do something. There's so much up on gold. And finally, Shanks gets the angle to end it all, it feels like. Left in the middle is Harry. The rest of the team carried by the Pirate King in Shanks. Man, he taught Luffy well.
Yeah, oh my god. Perfect opportunity to come and find this. And now just going to be able to look for the end.
Off of that. Off of that. We have been sitting A-ramming for a while. WE haven't been able to do anything, but all of a sudden, it's a 2-0. Shanks MVP again, brother. There ain't no way you're not getting it.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find it, but I still just cannot believe how, like, it just looked like you were saying, we're going to A-ram, we're going to stare at each other, like Shanks and Hung are both trying to angle for the flank, but finding that out of nowhere, really only having a split second to be able to get the pick, and it's why we said this is the guy that WE have built around, despite having, you know, players like Hope, Iwandi, now even like Cube having a bit of like name value behind him. I still believe consistently Shanks has shown to be, you know, the top performing player on this roster, but now surrounded by players of his caliber, surrounded by up-and-coming talent like Hung, who, again, there might still be some things to work on, but this game was a great example showing of how he wants to dominate. He wants to be aggressive, might not be able to constantly find the kills, but he was in Ning's face all game, and it's kind of sad. Ning didn't even have a jungle. Didn't even have his own blue buff.
True. I mean, the whole series, he struggled as well. Hung was stealing blues left, right, and center throughout the series entirely. Some good moments here from the jungler of WE, despite having some slow moments as well. But I think the takeaway for WE is that Shanks has become a bit more reliable. And as we talked about, the team was built around it. Shanks is the last remaining member of WE. And it's great to see that he is now the most solid member of WE. from this series alone, from the series we've seen so far at the start of the split, Shanks is him. And it's great when he was hyped up so much when he debuted. I think it was 2020 Lyric or 2019, 2020. He got promoted.
I think it was 2021 when he actually
got to play.
Became a starter. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, now he's performing well. And again, we talked about him a lot last split too. Shanks is having a very good year.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, like you said, he came in with a decent amount of hype right away. It was actually, it's like, all right, it was like a bit of interest, a bit of curiosity at first, then started performing right off the bat. And then it was really when WE almost made that miracle run. I don't even say almost, because the run they made was a miracle in of itself. They just sadly didn't make it to Worlds that year, but they pretty much played the maximum amount of games possible in a playoffs, running all the way from first round to, I believe, like third or fourth, like in that range. Yeah, and it was that moment where Shanks really stepped up, showed off. And honestly, ever since, he's just been so reliable. A reliable guy you can count on, can find leads in lane, can team fight beautifully. And like this, knows his job in the comp, knows his role, and he is dedicated. That man was not giving up on trying to find the perfect angle to get on top of Doggo.
Literally just won them the game. There was nothing else for WE. I mean, they were almost 10,000 gold ahead. And Lyric, they couldn't finish the game. Like, they couldn't actually run up in the 5v5 up against Ultra Prime when they're that far ahead in the game. Shanks turns over, and just like that, 2-0 and a 2-0 start at the split for WE. They take down Ultra Prime. They take away the undefeated nature of this team. And it is kind of sad to see, because Lyric, I mean, Ning today having a bit of a rough day overall. I think his impact was not felt. We saw that, Forge had some moments, but outside of that, struggled a bit too. Doggo and Sword Art continue to be, I guess, a weak point, right? Like, we haven't seen much out of these guys in the lane itself, even in the game. Doggo had some good moments, but, I mean, again, it's few and far between in comparison.
I think game one, it's very hard to take anything away from it, just because it seriously did feel like Ultra Prime just got decently outdrafted in terms of like what they were able to do. And again, the execution wasn't there. Maybe they had some opportunities early, but it was very hard. Game two, we saw a lot more opportunity there. I think we saw some good things from Ultra Prime. Again, they had a great understanding of like what their lose condition is. We always say win condition, but they knew like what they needed to avoid to not lose. And yeah, sadly, just with the fact that WE were able to start to accumulate that gold, that really was a difference maker. And you pointing out like Ning kind of getting walked over here by Hung, really being the catalyst. I'm surprised that Doggo's damage is so low. Even like watching the game of when AD carries were just like trading damage on tanks, it looked like it was at about the same rate. Would have kind of expected a bit more.
I mean, it was that one fight, right, where he got free reign a little bit, chased him down. That was the fight, but yeah, I'm surprised too. And you know what? To throw a knife into the back of Ning again, I mean, he's a world champion. We can do this. It's not about Sword Art doing more damage than Ning, but it's the fact that in this series, Ning did not do more than like 6,500 damage in total. I'm not sure if in this series, I think I1D's just a bit behind him, but still, it is just incredible that Ning did not have that much impact outside of a couple of good ultis that burn summoners from Hope. Ning really struggled, and it's sad to see from someone who's got such a big reputation, a world championship under his name as well. But hell, it is the first loss, only the first loss for Ultra Prime. And it was against WE, who should be a competitive team around their level of area.
Again, they've just solidly upgraded the roster in my mind. Like, Cube has always been that guy I always looked on in RA that, like, if any team that didn't have, again, a 3-6-9, I'll even say the Shy, despite all the criticism he gets, because all top laners who play against him still say, like, hey, this guy's our guy to lane against. Like, people of that caliber, it's like, Cube is probably someone who's going to upgrade your top lane role, and he does it both, right? We know Cube can play some of the more, like, side lane-oriented champions like the Jax, and is always happy to be put on a Cassante or a Scion. Hell, I even still remember, what was it, 2020 or 2019 Demacia Cup, when he was pulling out things like the Mordekaiser, and like that's what he was known for. So it's kind of nice that WE managed to get this gem on their roster, and he's showing, even if every game's not the flashiest, he always performs. And like game one, he can just absolutely run you over if you misstep in the top side.
That's right. Again, you can't leave things like Cassante open for him as well. I mean, Cube, we didn't see as much in those team fights, but he was still flashy as hell, as you were mentioning. Cube is someone who is really, really solid in his role, and over the years, I think has been underrated because he's been on a team like RA. He's been on a team that's only really hit playoffs once from memory as well. So we look at Cube now in a new team environment with a lot of experience and people like Hope. Now Shanks as well, Hung, and I mean, look, let's be real, Iwandi down on the bottom side are people we're going to be talking about. So yeah, overall, WE a pretty big win. And as we look forward, I always look forward to see what's next for them. They're coming up against IG next. So it was an important win because for WE, I'd say Ultra Prime are probably going to be a level down from Invictus Gaming, considering that IG are reputing some of the most aggressive players in it as well. Shanks MVP, you guys knew that, by the way, to finish this one off. If he didn't, I'd get on a plane myself and would have a conversation.
Conversation about what?
About MVPs. If Shanks wasn't MVP here, I honestly, I don't know. I wouldn't get anything like a truck, but I don't know. We'd see. We'd absolutely see. I'd be pretty upset.
No. Wait, the reference actually. You know what? But he is the MVP, so nothing's being sent over now. So maybe send some ice cream trucks over to the the people who decide MVPs. We still don't know who those people are, by the way, which I feel like makes it all the more interesting. But you saw it, right? Despite the fact that Hung overall probably did more in this game to build up the gold lead for the side, I do believe MVP should be given to the reason why you won this game, and the reason they won this game was Shanks. He was the pivotal one. Ultra Prime again started playing around those flanks quite well, but the fact that he didn't give up, the fact that he kept looking at angles and was patient is what allowed them to come through. So like you said, next up they're going to be playing against IG. That one, WE going as favorites in my mind. They definitely go in as favorites. IG also just coming off of a loss themselves, but can't count them out. Still some tough competition, especially for someone like Shanks. Going to be an interesting matchup with him going up against someone like Cry and Cube, up against You Should Know Me. So I think there should be some interesting lanes in the next matchup for WE.
Yeah, and I mean, IG dynamic difference as well will be fun to watch the interaction, especially when their early game, or at least their transition in mid game, is a lot more tempo based than some of the other teams in the league, like Ultra Prime, right? So we're expecting
they like to be aggressive.
Yeah, we're expecting a faster time, right? But hey, that happens in Xi'an. WE happy with the 2-0 against Ultra Prime, guys. We're going to have a bit of a break. Shouldn't be too long, but we're heading over to Shenzhen, which is NIP's home arena, to see if Top Esports can face the challenge right after this.
很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样打得那么强势。
一个地火阿比爆炸了！
就我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，如果有机会我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次我要复仇他。
你能打得过吗？你能打得过吗？宙斯是阿比打到第5个人头。
最渴望的肯定是赢吧。不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人。
来，闭上气，新年快乐！
而是说我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。 我记得我看的第一个英雄联盟比赛就是一个 S3的全明星赛吧，好像。然后当时我看到的是 LPL vs LCK 的一个全明星赛，当时感觉韩国队就是感觉很厉害吧，总是以碾压的姿态去赢我们的 LPL 的队伍。然后我是希望我们中国队能赢的，我就知道了有这样一个赛事存在。我感觉我后面会打职业。 还是要归功于我上的那所学校吧。杰克拉夫也是从那个学校出去的，当时我也不知道他叫杰克拉夫。后面他在 LPL 赛场上登场的时候，还有他后面一路走到最后夺冠，然后我当时就觉得，那我也可以试一下，我也可以的。
其实当时第一时间接触到陈泽斌这名选手的时候，我们是通过线上视讯的。 他给我的不一样的感觉，不是说他训练赛打得有多好，而是他每天会在差不多1点钟的时候就会给我发微信，他说经理我已经准备好了，2点钟我可以随时开始训练赛。当时我就觉得我们是一个线上训练的模式，但是他对自己的要求啊，包括时间这方面的概念，我觉得他的态度很不错。
我成为队友之后，就跟我想象中差不多吧，很有活力，很单纯，很的一个人。我觉得他对待游戏就很有那种胜负欲吧。
拉回来呢，应该没了。Q 分杀，我天哪！这个大面1打3平2杀，1打3杀，我都惊呆了。哇！我的天哪！
其实我刚打职业的时候，就一直想排位去打到那些 LCK 的选手啊，或者 LPL 的选手啊，还有像 Faker 啊这种紫菜啊这种知名选手吧。我当时就很想去赢他们，然后去证明我很强嘛。很多上单的玩家偶像都是紫菜吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样，打得那么强势，然后打得很有进攻的表现。当时我也知道紫菜这个人他在韩服打得很好，我就挺看好他这个选手的。然后 S8最后他也是夺得了冠军嘛，就让我更想去表现自己了，让我更想去登上 LPL 打比赛了。
他在19年夏季赛的时候还取得了那个 LDL 联赛单杀王的称号，当时在联赛里面没有任何一个上单可以打得过他。
Q1 斩到以后拿到5杀，
但是他可能从其他渠道听到了他下赛季会提升到1队来，我觉得他就是有点忘乎所以了，然后有点沾沾自喜，就导致了他后半段的比赛他有点消极，他只在上路跟别人打线1v1，我就找他谈了一次话，我就希望你能够做好，你能够成为这个队伍里面的领袖，把这个赛季我们好好打完。就是他整个人的状态一下改变了，然后我们当时是其实以第12名进入的季后赛，最后我们取得了一个季军的成绩，还挺不错的。
鳄鱼只想点这个水晶啊！
恭喜 SNS！
我们要恭喜苏宁，面朝大海，春暖花开，迎进世界赛。
第1年我就有这样一个机会去表现自己，那我就没有必要去让自己发挥的不好，我就想着我怎么样发挥好，然后打出我的风格。对于这段经历，我收获最大的应该就是，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。因为我们在 S10世界赛的时候，其实不管是滔博还是京东，其实我们在联赛我们都是输给他们的，但是我们在世界赛上都赢了他们。还有最后的 DWG， 很多人都觉得他们很强很无敌，其实决赛我也觉得我们有很大的机会可以赢的，只是还是差一点吧，有点遗憾。
但其他杀到了，还有吗？别有了，别进了，又定住了，杀鬼皇帝杀4杀5杀吗？
我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，我对我2022年 MSI 的表现不是特别满意，因为我觉得当时我状态是不太好，然后我也没能打出我的最好表现。我觉得如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会要复仇他。
那我们要恭喜 RNG 拿到2022年季中冠军赛的冠军。
这个 MSI 冠军对我来说就是一个象征吧，就是象征着我第一次在国际赛场上拿到一个冠军的成绩。我觉得也是对我的一种价值的一种体现吧，可以让别人知道 LPL 会有这样一个上单选手。我觉得我从来都没有想过要改变我的打法，我唯一想过的要改变的可能就是怎么样多帮助队友，然后怎么样可以让我自己减少失误，怎么样让我自己可以打得更好。
我觉得改变还是挺大的，首先就是肯定心态和性格上面肯定更开朗了。然后心态上面肯定更加成熟了，然后打法上面我觉得他更加团队了，然后我觉得经过世界赛啊，包括他取得 MSI 这种成绩之后，以及他经历了很多队友嘛，我觉得他的打法也慢慢变得越来越团队，不会那么自私了，甚至在他自己劣势的时候，队友也陷入劣势的时候，他也能站起来说一些鼓励队友的话。
其实我就算是在我 S10表现最好的那段时间，我也是 觉得我打得很正常，我从来没有觉得我打得特别好，或者说可以很膨胀的样子，就是我从来没有膨胀过。因为我打的 LPL， 我第1年我就拿到了世界赛亚军嘛，所以就我可能就不会再满足于那些比较小的那种成绩了，就比如说 LPL 里面拿个季军啊，拿个亚军啊这种，就我还是想去世界赛，然后拿到冠军吧，就是我的一个最终的目标。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，或者说一定想要赢他。我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。我觉得我不管拿再多冠军，都跟我的初心没有什么关系的，因为我的初心就是因为喜欢这个游戏。我觉得在我喜欢这个游戏的前提下，不管我以后拿到什么样的成绩啊，或者说成绩再好，成绩再差，我都不会改变我对游戏的初心。
Just as boring as it has ever been, but I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. I don't wanna fight tonight. I don't wanna fight tonight. I don't wanna fight tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. Shenzhen's opening, aka NIP's opening, actually baller, as we welcome you to Top Esports versus the said Legends here. Right now, Top Esports looking like firm favorites. You all know this, despite them being, 1-1. NIP 2-1 themselves. Look, we just got to talk about the hometown heroes for the time being. They did beat IG. They beat LGD. Yep. NIP, no slouches this split so far.
No, and you know, they have been a bit messy. They have been close games, but the fact that they're still able to edge out, I think, is a good sign. And NIP is another team that felt like they had some good roster changes coming into the summer split, right? Angel being brought into the mid lane definitely gives them something a little bit more reliable. I was really questioning how he would work with Shadow because Angel for so long played with SOFM, and SOFM wasn't really a jungle that you really could hold hands with and kind of play that aggressive mid-jungle style with, kind of like how we just saw in our last game, WE trying to enable in their earlier game. Does it incredibly well. Shadow, of course, again, coming in, having good performances. Also had a great walkout when he played against LGD, because you remember Shadow was on LGD, walks out, doesn't even walk to the front of the stage, just fist bumps all the LGD members. Fearness being a little bit cheeky, wouldn't fist bump him. And yeah, I don't know, just an all-around exciting squad you can be a little bit excited for. Again, maybe their ceiling on paper isn't like world beaters, win worlds, but who knows how far this team could go. Tons of potential coming out with people like Photic and Joel down in that bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom lane is fun, right? You were just saying only now on the break that it was Fodik and Dwar versus their old organization. And the funny part of it is like, yeah, Mark overtook Dwar, kicked him off. Jackie Love overtook Fotik, right? You're even saying it was, what year was it, Lyric? Run me through the year.
It was 2020 spring where Fodik started most of the split, and I believe it was the week before playoffs where Jackie Love, had gotten signed, gotten on the roster, so it was very last second. But yeah, point is both replacements now on the side of NIP. So this match gonna mean a lot to both of them.
Hell yeah, it is. I mean, again, that old revenge counter is always nice to talk about, and the fact that Fodik and Dwar go up against Mark and Jackie Love, it's time to get revenge the old-fashioned way for NIP in their own arena. Now, Top Esports, just a quick reminder for you all, Top Esports are 1-1 in the split so far, but they have had a pretty blasting opening schedule. LNG 2-1 them, but they, 2-1 over EDG, so they've had pretty hard opponents to kick it off. NIP maybe in their perspective might be a little bit easier as we welcome them onto the stage. Remember, this is a roster of Wayward, Tien, Rookie, Jackie Love, and Mark. We have had no changes here, only for the part that Wayward has been starting, Lyric, over Ching Tien, rather than what we saw towards the end of the split, which was Ching Tien was the run-through here for the team.
Yeah, I feel like they both do different things. I feel like Ching Tien has his champions where he is just better than Wayward on. I think overall slightly better in lane in terms of CS, but Wayward is the guy who has more of a killer instinct. I feel like more looking for solo kills. I remember in his debut split, he was towards the top of the scoreboard with those coming through. So TES, not only the same roster, same playstyle, it's very, very hectic, very crazy. Lots of action back and forth, trying to play off like the pros that get through winning lanes. And that's why both their series did go to 3 games. And if you watch those series, they could have gone multiple different ways. Like in the first one, LNG could have 2-0'd that series. Top Esports could have come out ahead with the 2-1. There were some throws for them in game 3. And in their last series, TES, of course, bringing out the Jackie Love Draven to be able to find their victory against EDG. So I would expect the Draven going to be something that Fodik and Dwar very accustomed to, and we probably won't be seeing Jackie Love get his hands on it today. Hell,
yeah, definitely
even Draven, a pick that you're very familiar with these days. Now that you are a more worldly man involved, back with the LCO.
Yeah, I don't know who let me coach, but it is a thing, so that's happening too. But yeah, we have just been bopped by Draven in our first matchup, for those familiar.
Hey, but that means you guys are like the same as Edward Gaming. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I sympathize. I get to empathize with EDG's bot lane for getting absolutely bodied by that. Yeah, screw Draven. On top of that, NIP, hopefully they're saying the same thing. Fodik hasn't been completely adverse to playing that pick anyway. So as we get closer into game, NIP versus Top Esports should be a bit of a barn burner. Lyric, last time around, we're watching WE versus Ultra Prime just before that break, and that was a slow series. But I know these two teams ain't that slow. I know especially Top Esports' mantra is live fast, die young. And that's exactly what we should be expecting here coming into game 1.
Yeah, I agree. And it's kind of interesting, right? Because when I was looking at the stats earlier, like I was talking about for champion kills per minute, Top Esports actually ranked the 2nd lowest in the league. So, like, they're actually not all that bloody in terms of being able to find kills themselves. But with the eye test, if you watch their games, they are constantly looking for it. Like, Tien's still someone who likes to look for invades, still go for these plays, whether he has the lane setups and like lane matchups to enable him or not. We know that that's exactly what they're going to want to look for. And NIP have also been decently aggressive, right? I feel like Shadow and Angel were ones I was talking about who have been working better than I had expected to see just coming in at the start of a split. So I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on mid-jungle. For NIP, it's how Shadow and Angel work together. And for the side of Top Esports, not really the same for Tien and Rookie. It's just about if you get Rookie on a good laning matchup, you know Tien's going to be able to go for those aggressive invades that he wants.
That's why it's going to be exciting going up against Angel. Angel versus Rookie hasn't really been a slouch of a matchup before. I think, Lyric, we've had a couple of good splits of Angel, and when he was on Weibo, when he was on Suning in the past, right? This was someone who wasn't the worst laner in the league, was definitely quite comfortable and suitable towards matching and pairing with Rookie. I think this could be something that, again, we look towards as Angel still should be a highlight player. We haven't seen the best out of him so far, but he's still someone who offers a lot of experience with this roster and someone who should be able to manage that mid lane talent and Rookie as well.
Yeah, and I also feel like just another player who you look at and you're always like, hey, this is a guy who can pull out some curveballs. Even though he's mostly kept it meta so far, there haven't been too many games, has gone back to the Akali, which people are going to think back to 2020 Worlds, or if you've been around even longer, like 2019 summer when him and Maple were flexing back and forth between mid and top, and Akali was really a pick he'd like to lean on. So, yeah, I'm curious to see how this one goes. Speaking of mid lane pocket picks, I hope at some point, for nothing other than, you know, Bants, Rookie does pull out the Orianna, and he's just like, yo, I can play this in any meta and still win by, like, 50 CS, because that's what I do. It's, you know, it's my Orianna.
True. I mean, the man can lane, as you said, and that'd be fun to see. I feel like we've got a lot of pocket picks between the mid laners as well. We've got both good, if I could speak properly, both got the LeBlanc pocket that they can play. Both, I know, have been playing the Nico. Both play the Ahri so far as well, which is pretty straightforward. But both are Syndra players through and through as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we go with that. We're in bed, apparently, on Top Esports. She's calling it a snooze fest. That is the most fire I've ever seen out of a fan in the LPL. I love it.
I don't, you know, if you look at it one way else, it could be taken as an insult. So, yeah, fans are quite interesting. I love it. As look at that. Look how jovial Rookie is as well. What a great day to be in the LPL.
Yeah. Let's
also,
look at
Rookie
smiles,
going
you
up
know?
against his former org, technically. I guess they hadn't rebranded to NIP yet, but, you know, did spend time on
True.
V5 before moving over to Top Esports.
Well, yeah, that's right. That is right. Before it became NIP, we waited for so long, but finally this year the name was changed. As, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into pick and ban for Top Esports versus NIP, and NIP's home arena, mind you, as well. Looking forward to this one, considering that Top Esports are 1-1. Ninjas in Pajamas 2-1 with a bit of an upgrade this split. Draven banned on blue side. But you know what, Lyric? With all those bans, there is going to be a hell of a lot of OP open. Don't leave Zeri open. Don't leave Zeri open.
I was going to say, are we going to leave Zeri
don't.
or Yumi open? Because if not, it's one of those two or Nico. Okay, I'm much happier with the Nico being let through. You would expect NIP to just pinch that one, take it away right off the bat. To where now we come in to the side for TES. And again, jungle being a big thing. The Vi actually being banned out by themselves, kind of leaving that Wukong as the obvious answer for them to go towards. We've also seen for the side of TES, they haven't always been huge on picking AD carry right away. We've actually seen they have been one of the teams that sometimes opt into picking their whole top side on first three. But it looks like this time around they are just going to look to take away this Aphelios and pair it with the Wukong.
Same pick's going to come through, but at least we know the direction of the picks. Lyric, Vi not available, so then you go, all right, well, Viego, and then things like Nautilus. Shadow is a different man, though. He's smiling. I don't do this to a Shadow. This would be a banger. God, you'd have a lot of circles so far in your comp as well, wouldn't you?
There's no way they did. I would have loved it, but had they not locked in the Nico, I think there'd be some options there to play it with some other AD laners, but the Viego does come through. Jinx going to be this third lock-in, and now it's going to be up to the side of Top Esports. I was going to say, if you want to try and get, like, a winning matchup, we could see Rookie once again go towards the Syndra, which he's played before, but we'll just go with the stronger pick of the Ahri. A lot more balance of a champion in terms of having more mobility. You're able to answer, like, look to roam more, going deeper with your jungler, and try and get backline access onto Botic's Jinx.
How crazy is this seeing Jinx and Aphelios in a game? How nuts is that? How what? And Wukong versus Viego? Like, oh man, it just feels so exciting to get into this game with all these new meta picks. Again, we don't know what the support could be, but if they're saying anything like Brom or Nautilus, which is banned away, Na's gone there too, Lyric. Rakan? No way. That's nuts.
I was going to say that they need to ban this because this is Dwa's go-to pick. But hey, there's no one who knows Dwa's go-to picks better than Jackie Love himself. Jackie Love playing alongside him for so long, so the meta does just continue to be stock and standard now. I wonder if we get like a Scion or something, you know? That doesn't sound like a pick we've seen all too often. Ooh, this actually would be fun.
This would be different. Hey, with all the sarcasm away, Dwa, did he just watch Iwandi? Or is he going to go Thresh? Okay, somewhat different. Now, you said a Scion. There's no way we get a Scion here in this game, Lyric. Or is it going to be a Gragas instead? That's new, isn't it? That's so different.
You know what? It brings a bit of excitement. He brings the drinks, you know, if you're having your own party, bring your own beer. We already got NIP staying on top of that. And now for top esports. Ooh, it's not going to be the Scion, right? It's going to be the Ornn. Honestly, I'd take an Ornn. We actually don't get all that many Ornns here in the LPL.
Oh, God. Dear
We've had
Lord.
Ornn once. We've had Scion 17 times, and now we move the count up to 18. But hey, you were selling everyone on it earlier. Like, hey, this is a different breed of matchup. This is top esports. They're a little bit crazy. You know, they have a bit of a killer instinct. And NIP very much following suit. So even though the drafts are the same as the drafts that we always get, and, you know, we have to accept that that's the world we live in, I think we can be set up for more action this time around. Very dynamic mid-jungles coming through as well that can be open on the map. And when you have Rakan versus Thresh, thank God no enchanters, because it means that these supports are constantly going to be looking for opportunities.
That's true, man. That's a positive.
Did I sell you? Did I get you back in?
You did. You sort of got me back in. Look, I just can't wait for a new patch. Get me out of here, bro. I am so done. The fact I was looking towards Ornn and I was like, man, Ornn would be different. Like, how exciting is Ornn right now? Everyone would be thinking it. How exciting is Ornn versus Scion instead of Gragas versus Scion? Oh, sorry, versus Gragas. Like, how exciting would that be? Also, there's one fan. Camera in their face twice. Like, she is on the defense right now. Camera the third time, we're away. Okay, cameraman. Gotta leave the fans alone because we're about to get into Summoner's Rift. We don't have time to be looking and making sure that the fans are happy for this because it's about top esports versus NIP. This is about drafts that we have never seen before. Ladies and gentlemen, Gragas versus Scion. Viego versus Wukong. I know, we're shocked. We've also got a crazy pick in the mid lane. Her name starts with N, ends with Iko. But most of all, our favorite, give it up for the bottom lane, Jinx versus Aphelios!
You know, I love the energy you gave that with. If I would have loved had you added the bit of like a boxer, a UFC twist of like, in the blue corner, you know, you could have gone all the way. You even got the voice for it. I don't, so I'm not even going to attempt to do it. Sorry out there, Bruce and Michael Buffer. As ooh, Angel.
Oh hell yeah! Hang on, this is better. This is better. There's a flash going away. Knock up from Wayward's good, but you got the flash from Angel. At least there's a fancy start here with top esports getting a summoner advantage.
Again, both of these teams, I think, have been teams who've shown that they're willing to scrap. And I'm always happy whenever we really kind of move away from enchanters, because not only just looking for opportunities in the lane, it means that you could potentially expect more roaming to be able to come through, right? Mark and Joao will have a higher impact on the map rather than, you know, if it was Lulu, Melio like last game. And again, Photic and Joao have something to prove. They're both going up against the people that replace them on top esports.
Shadow going to prove himself in China as well, as over to Tien he finds himself. The invade here, level 2 versus level 2. Tien needs an extended trade here as Blue on the edge of getting that patience bar reset. Both smites are available. Tien goes in for the kill here. Bop on the head. We're getting close. That buff as well, if it goes over, could be the differences. Now for the smite, it goes to Shadow. He gets the health, and Tien's out of there. The health bar low, and Shadow bigged up here for the Italian Stallion.
And we saw in our last game what these types of jungle leads could do, right? Because now it's like, what's Tien going to do? He's going to just move straight to his red? Is he going to try and move into Shadow's blue side jungle? Because you look at the lane prios, Angel's pushing in mid, Invincible has control of top. Not really too many options open there. This could just snowball into an uncontrollable lead for Shadow.
And again, Viego already tonight, we've seen it. That lead through early jungle can grow to be massive. As he moves down towards bottom side river, he's still got his own camps to clear. Red buff available, his own blue. Lyric, there's a chance that Shadow can 3-buff here, depending on what Tien's path looks like.
Yeah, and you could see now the soul laners of NIP getting those wards down to try to spot out if Tien goes for it. I think if Tien went for an invade, he'd be smart enough to be like, okay, I'm going to jump over Dragon Wall, Rift Herald Wall and look for the invade that way, but won't even go for it in the end. So yeah, this should just turn into what is a big lead for the side of NIP. Hell, even in the mid lane, look at what Angel's doing to Rookie, keeping complete control of the 1v1 matchup for now.
We did talk about Rookie's ability to lane, how good it was. I mean, again, Angel can hold the bar. We also mentioned that Angel on Weibo and Suning all those years, he's built up a really solid foundation in the mid lane, but has also become a solid mid laner himself, as you're also alluding to his 2020 year at Worlds, especially on picks like the Akali. With that lead already showing us that Angel is very switched on yet again. It's Lyric. Do you know what this is?
Is it a oh no, it's not anything.
Okay, well.
You just had to let it happen. You just had to let it happen.
I do, brother. Sorry about that. Well, at least TN, the positive for top esports is he does get his blue buff, with jungle being shown in the bottom lane as well. So TN able to actually get something back on the map. And when I say his blue, I mean the enemy's blue, which should have been his on his own side of the map. But at least, hey, catching up for the top esports jungle means that gold is starting to shrink out a little bit from before.
I'm so surprised as well. Like, he must know that TN's invading him now because, again, they were spotted trying to go for that play on bot side. But considering the fact that Rookie just recalled, Angel would still have been around. Like, even Invincible would have had a quicker time to move down, but Invincible...
Oh, he just used body slam. Take the flash, TN. Take the flash. Take it, brother. Brother, take the flash. There we go. All right, Invincible down.
Yep, at least we got, you know, TN listening into the comms, even if NIP didn't want to follow through with the dive. Probably was, you know, right call in reference to NIP didn't have much of a wave, but still, TS now finding ways to get back in. Still, I believe, is a camp lead for Shadow, especially now that he's invading even more, because he stole away all 3 camps the first time around. TN didn't take the Wolves from Shadow, so we'll be able to maintain that golden experience lead in the jungle.
He's trying to take the Gromp, though. Is this a bridge too far with bottom lane moving in? JackeyLove and Mark hovering around. Draw's here. Look at where Photic is. Draw's going to have to lantern him in. As there we go. The lantern is set to get out. Shadow does get the Gromp. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not type worth it all, chat, for that first blood.
No, you don't. Is trying desperately to take the lantern, can't do it. Ends up going down. And now, I mean, the kill went over to JackeyLove. So exactly who you wanted on too, getting him a little bit more gold in his pocket. And right, 80 carry meta all centered around JackeyLove being the big primary carry. And I feel like so far in the first 2 series, JackeyLove has been one of the members who've delivered. He hasn't been one of the really like weak points for TS or the reason why they lost to LNGs. We're going to see here, wanting to go for the Gromp. Looks like never intending to fight. Knockup comes through into the Gravitum, so gets locked up even longer. And then just having enough burst, Shadow tries to get to it. Kind of goes a little bit past it, but even at that point, it looked like it was done and dusted and that his life was forfeit.
Really nice from Mark. Quick to that lantern as well. So big brain here from the enemy support as top esports get the first blood. You mentioned it's on JackeyLove, so we kind of roll with that one. Shadow losing his life. Lyric does slow down the tempo a little bit, but at least he got Scuttle Crab. He's still a level up. Despite giving the kill over to JackeyLove, we are still looking at a pretty strong jungler here as him and Tien scuff it out. With Dragon spawning as well, right? They want to be down here at the bottom lane. They do have priority to do so.
They're going to make their way in first. We're going to see if Rookie has enough time after answering this wave to really come and try and dissuade this. Doesn't look like they're even going to go for it at first, so maybe for Rookie the play is push in mid. And then you could start leaning down. Worst case is top esports, you all just back off, and you've at least made it so Angel has lost some CS.
Go down. Lantern given over Mark. All right, the engage there. Pop Blossom. Flash gets a 2-man. JackeyLove at the edge. The Tangle Barb's well connecting to him as he has to cleanse away. Angel, blessed be for that.
Yeah, Angel being the member to deliver. You said it. Can go toe-to-toe with Rookie, and he is showing it here in this first game. Gives over presence in mid, moves over first. So Rookie going to go back, at least deny a few CS. But still, you're going to be happy with that one, finding some kills. I guess the sad thing is you weren't able to get any more flashes off that play. And hell, NIP actually were the team who ended up blowing more flashes from this play. We're going to get to see the replay here, right? Top esports want to be the aggressors, but their Angel goes.
Man, that hitbox right on the edge as well. Lyric, I think we're going to have to put in the ticket for that one. Why can I not see the Pop Blossom edge from river to a higher ground in lane? feel like as an AD, I'd be annoyed at that, not being able to see where the rage is. Still, Jackie Love caught on the pinky toe, at the very least. That gives NIP another window to keep this early game nice and fast.
Yeah, and NIP are just going to keep it going because, look, 2 Threshes coming from the enemy jungle. Rookie's going to never know which is which. What's he going to do?
Oh, there's so many of them. There's the hook coming through. Tangle Barbs as well. Rookie just caught out. Doesn't get to flash, doesn't get to ulti. Just gets to sit there and watch himself perish. Man, this Nico pick is starting to become an issue.
And it's the reason why this pick is so commonly banned. I feel like we've already seen so many great Nico performances here in the LPL. Angel just delivering another one. Yagao, in my mind, really has been the GOAT with all of his funny transformations, but Angel showing, at least in terms of damage, laning, being able to step up and put a game on your back, is doing it here. And Rookie with a mistake. But Rookie was one of the members who, in their series against LNG, felt like they weren't performing up to their usual standard.
I mean, Rookie, again, when we have such a high expectation, anything but perfection is not accepted here. As Shadow with the Herald looking towards topside, low health bar onto Wayward, but a turret hit from Invincible doesn't make it too good, as Tien now with the ulti himself as well, might have to use it, but he's already so low. Heartbreaker onto the clone, double cyclone. Shadow needs to get over the wall, but flash ain't available, he's dead. Wayward can't save his life as Invincible dunks him down. A 1-for-1 trade with junglers hitting the ground.
Why is Wayward laughing so much at that play happening? If anything, NIP end up the better side with the fact that Invincible now having these double buffs gets the wave in, like Wayward's still not here. And yeah, Wayward just, I guess, having a jolly old time, wanting to be at a bit of a handicap to go against Invincible.
Sure. That's what you get, though, because this is fun.
This was a fun one, right? Junglers wanting to go at it. Tien, of course, having those double buffs with Shadow. Once again, getting the better end of the trades to start off with. Not able to connect with the right one. The Heartbreaker onto the right Wukong. But still, big enough, the animation goes through. Ends up with the double buffs. We take those for the side of NIP.
That's rough, man. Again, just a couple of seconds earlier, maybe Tien survives there as with the kill going over. You already mentioned it. You got some time with the turret too. Invincible's in a great spot here. Already through the lane, already through the game. A bit of a CS advantage, and
2K
now that's
gold lead overall for NIP. Yeah, it's
good
crazy.
early game, yeah. Gosh damn, Lyric. This is what we talked about, man. Again, they're great early game team.
Yeah, and I'm always conflicted coming into games like this, where I'm like, okay, NIP used to be V5, and I'll always have an undying love for V5, still have their jersey rearing and ready to go, but Rookie was on V5, and Rookie's Rookie, so it's an internal conundrum of who do you support in a matchup like this, or do you support no one? You just come in and be like, the better team wins, hands off the wheel.
Well,
do you not have the same conundrum?
No, I don't. Not at all, brother.
Oh, I
Not
forgot.
at
You're just all about the shy. Wherever the shy is where your heart goes. Or has that changed?
No, it hasn't changed, brother, dude. Everything's about the shy. I go to sleep, think about the shy. Wake up, think about the shy. I'm brushing my teeth. I wonder what the shy's doing right now. I wonder how he's going. Does the shy brush his teeth, or does his skill just do it for him,
Funnily enough, this actually isn't that irrelevant to this matchup. A lot of the players in this server have been on teams with the shy.
True.
On both sides. It's kind of crazy. Okay, that was not anything about to happen.
Yeah, Shadow moving into position, because Chemtech Drake is going to be number 2 here, so NIP interested in the bot side, while top esports are matching for the time being. Right now, I'm thinking about what would the Shy do in this play. Probably TP down and immediately pull out a fight, as top esports have that available to them, but I'm going to pause for now, because both top laners can match it.
Yeah, and then we ask ourselves, what would the Shy do if he was a support and a jungler here? Maybe it's what Chua's doing right now, angling forward aggressively.
Would have already TP'd in by now.
It's not Shadow, it's Angel actually making his way on the flank.
It is.
Getting a baited there myself.
Actually, not going to get the charm through his Rookie as well. There's TP, as we said. Wayward a little bit low, but Gragas on the other side. Invincible running into the Dragon at 2K. We're going to have a brawl out as Angel's position is everything. He's got Blood. He's got Pop Blossom. Dragon goes down. Rocket kills Wayward. Look at Angel, though. His angle could be good with the Tangle Barbs there as well. Cyclone only late for Tien. NIP. They are looking red hot in game 1.
Yeah, just coming out ahead in these fights. Really good plays from Draw there. He's one that initially locked Wayward down. They got a lot of damage on him, and now, sure, they do ultimately lose to Dragon, but you look at bot, Wave already getting crashed into turret. Mid lane, you're already able to respond, get that one in check. And we'll get to see the replay because this started out being a bunch of chaos. Draw actually not connecting the hook to start things off, but it's Wayward. Thinking he can absorb a lot more damage than I guess he realistically could. Does ultimately end up losing out on the Drake for the side of NIP, as Tien is just able to come in and get a bit of a steal. But look at all the damage that was put on Wayward from getting flayed into the box. He goes down to Photic, and then it's here, the Tangle Barbs that you hit on, into a death sentence. So, in my mind, Draw the real MVP of this play, and they just convert to more kills, and now this Nico's huge.
I mean, despite Draw just running next to the Scion, I guess that's what he thought. It doesn't matter. Photic's going to get the kill. I'm just going to stand there and let Wayward punch everything into me. And Jackulov get a free ult after the fact as well. I love it. Not giving two damns of a shake as both AD carries now after that play, after everything, have a kill each. Kraken first, Stormrazor first, as you can see on your screen. But Angel, he's the one with mobility now too. That flash still up and available with a Proto Belt in hand. He's really been a bigger name than Rookie this game. And guys, you know, I like Rookie too, just as much as I like the Shy. But you gotta give respect to Angel here. He has been soaring up high on this Nico pick. Rookie's been quiet as hell. Again, we're concerned because Rookie is not someone you talk about being quiet.
No, and it's like you said, such a high expectation. To me, will still be, you know, still is second best mid laner in the history of League of Legends. No one has eclipsed that title from him, you know, him being the one after Faker in my mind. But yeah, at least 3 series in, bit of a slow start. Did have a better time in their last series in their win against EDG than the LNG one, but Angel, like you're saying, getting the better. Now Shadow going to look to use the aggression that the bot lane duo is putting up in mid and try to convert this into Herald.
Nice damage. Okay, Rookie has to be careful again, not getting a trade there, just talking about him. And up they pop as Tien versus Shadow happens. Meanwhile, Jackulov has to cleanse away. There's the flash. Draw again, Lantern into passage, but Draw doesn't have any backup. He might actually just die here for his commitment. The box comes in late. Jackulov picks up the kill, and meanwhile, Tien bonk on the old Nogarino. Top Esports just got 2 out of nowhere.
We're giving NIP too much praise. It's going to their heads. And now TS, yeah, just nice punish coming through on both sides. I'm sure we're going to replay of that because Draw just going in. He absolutely bursted out. Now it leads into a Rift Herald for the side of Top Esports. We can see Jackulov getting some nice damage down in mid. But hey, at least Invincible has been able to keep up the advantage he's had since earlier.
And again, it must feel good when Tien gets that, you know, that bonk on the noggin, man. Feels pretty good, especially with Shadow's early game against him. As we look at the replay, Lyric, this started pretty deep into Top Esports jungle.
Yeah, Shadow trying to aggress on Tien. The real side of the final see is Draw as he goes in, gets the flay, but gets flayed into huge amounts of damage. Turret, Moonlight Vigil, everything thrown out. And Photic just not able to compete with the amount of burst that Nephelio brings at this point in the game, especially with the difference in items. Shadow going to go down too, but again, when you think of something like the Stormrazor, about more of the burst that it brings compared to Kraken Slayer, you know, the ramping damage that comes per Rookie.
Oh, I was hiding. Okay, Shadow with a follow-up. Rookie, dude, he is just not getting a game to play. Shadow with another kill. Just when you thought NIP were losing a bit of traction, they pull it back in again.
Draw once again finding the opportunity, and Angel still the kind of the big man on either side of the Rift, which is one of the reasons why NIP didn't have the damage to contend in that top side fight, right? Their main artillery piece not being there to contend.
Now we wait. Dragon is upon us. 30 seconds until we get to the point that NIP hold control. We've got a Mountain Dragon Lyric. And that can only be one good thing for both of these teams. The front line, beyond killing, beyond approachable, a mountain soul that has no other competition. Wayward walks down, and we know it's on.
Yeah, popping the Scryer, looking for wards, and look at Photic, waiting in the wings. He's susceptible. Any Wayward ult that comes through right now, all of NIP will die. Mark my words.
Oh. They're marked. Top Esports walking in. Now Wayward, slowed down. It's only Angel. Dragon at 4K. Draw brings him out. Wayward's coming in. All right, the whole team on top, but a good ult from Jackulov. Tien Again! He likes doing the old bonk! He just walks in. NIP get nothing so far as Mark locked back in. Everfrost helps out Rookie now, approaching as Mark does die in the end. Gives a reset here for Shadow. He can press W, but he needs a target as Wayward is zoning them out. Top Esports now turning to Invincible themselves as Shadow reset City. And all of a sudden, we do get some gold back on NIP, but Top Esports, they got themselves.
NIP keep winning every fight, but my God, they need to actually secure themselves the objective. Tien on point with these smites this time around. NIP hoping to keep up this pressure against low health bars, but doesn't seem like it should turn into anything more than just the kills they've gotten and a bit of pressure coming out from Shadow. But yeah, my God, we're gonna see here. Bringing in quite slow, but this fight escalated so quickly. It's going to be here where Fotic gets pulled out of the pit, but huge Moonlight Vigil from Jacula to force these members back. But look at Tien. Gets body bopped up right before the Dragon really gets in striking distance and just winning out on the smite once again. Shadow's not even coming through. Mark here, I was kind of surprised and kind of how cheeky he was with this, right? Popping the Scryer, waiting in the brush, just opens up for the engage to be able to come out, and then just going a little bit too far. Invincible, luckily that the Flash manages to escape, but the damage has already been done by the side of NIP. And in my mind, a lot of this was Top Esports' own making.
It really was. Again, Top Esports, a little bit rough around the edges. They might get the Dragon, but 3,000 gold still exists between them and NIP. With 2 items now placed in the hands of Fotic's inventory. He's got the Gale Force added with the Kraken. Wayward's going to have a bit more trouble than you think. We don't have a Zhonya's yet here for Angel on his Nico, but surely we can't be too far off. As we look at the gold lead on the side, Jackulov has it all for Top Esports. And no wonder he has been the one picking up the kills here, but is it going to be enough, Lyric? Because we've already talked about the reset ability from NIP, the all-in potential they have. Jackulov doesn't exactly have a Lulu or a Milio this game.
No, and I also feel like a lot of Top Esports strength would come from the game plan of, again, Rookie and Tien being able to connect to that backline and take out Fotic quite easily. But with Rookie being set decently far behind, NIP have so much damage with the fact that their kills have actually gotten spread pretty evenly across all of their damage dealers, both Angel and Shadow also being on key item completions. I mean, it should be very easy for, like, draw to hook into damage from Nico, rocket from Jinx, bam, reset for Viego. Oh, here we go.
Angel just in on the corner as well. Cleanse used again. Angel getting a good pick and a summoner. Wayward launches in though. Rookie's angle, Everfrost and the charm. Look at Rookie come in. He's been quiet all game in Shadow. Has the Heartbreaker out. He can't get a reset. Knock, knock, who's there? It's Big Bad Rookie with the rest of Top Esports. And once they launch hard.
And we said it'd be hard for TS because Rookie shouldn't be able to find access to the backline. But Fotic just being there, being opened up on by everyone. Wayward being the one to find it. And now 2 turrets going over to Top Esports. Can they actually find an inhibitor here? I don't think so. They're trying, though.
All right, as the inhibitor looks to drop on down, Top Esports getting out of there before they get re-engaged on gold lead, minimized to 1K. It feels nice to finally talk about the man. There's a lot more to it than that, Lyric, as Shadow continues to chase up. We've got 1 minute 15 till the next Dragon, so it feels like Shadow wants to delay the reset as long as possible, especially with Baron up as well. Lyric, Top Esports have to make the facts, but Baron is here, and NIP are ready to start.
Oh, but still, it's lucky timing, right? Because they haven't reset yet. Had they reset, this probably would have just been a free Baron to NIP. At least now TS can try to contest. But look at Invincible. He's still behind them on the flank.
Pop Blossom again.
That was huge.
It just comes through. Angel is out matching. You know, I shouldn't have said the other mid laner's name. Who is he to the man with wings? Angel getting a pick off in front of the Baron. No Jackulov. That's the strongest member down.
Also, kudos to Invincible. Big explosive cast separates them apart, kind of pulls Jackulov in, and they pick up the kill. So now they're definitely going to be able to pick up this Baron. I know there's super minions in their base, so they got to deal with that annoyance. Invincible's on top of it right now. But with this Baron buff, they should definitely be able to hold out, get control of mid once again, and wait for that inhibitor to respawn.
Man, Top Esports having a rough time of it. They might have mid open, but this game still feels like NIP are always clawing back, always finding something. As you said with Baron, we're now going to be talking a little bit more intensely about how top esports can counter that. Because Dragon's up, Lyric. This will be sold point if TES can get it, but NIP, again, they've got the waves under control. Look at top, look at mid now. If Dragon goes on long enough, NIP are going to get a lot more than the objective.
Top esports trying to be cheeky with it, having Wayward wait in that brush to see if he can find a decimating smash. And now we're going to see, can Shadow maybe finally steal one back of his own, or do they just go for the fight?
Look how much damage onto Wayward, though. He's going to have to flash away from the death sentence as well. But look, Photic in the back line. It's that Jinx. He just destroys him. Somehow TN gets the smite again, but they've already lost a member and given a reset. Pop Blossom going through Angel. That time it was pretty rubbish. But hey, NIP, they found one pick. But Lyric, I actually think top esports are probably happy because they got the Dragon again. How does it keep happening?
Oh, but can NIP find a little bit more off this? Not going to go for it in the end. I want to highlight, this is actually a pretty big deal for TS as well, because now they're sitting on 2 mountains, 1 away from Seoul, and if they get Mountain Soul, I mean, they have a Scion. They have this huge beefcake that's going to be hard to get through. Still, NIP at least have shown that they're continuously winning out in these fights.
Jackie Love, oh my god, Photic flashes in! He does the Jackie Love to Jackie Love. Jackie Love has just been loved by Photic, the old lady carrier of top esports. And all of a sudden, we're back in the tempo drive again with the team with Baron.
Yeah, and they're going to keep just trying to barrel through mid. Invincible can keep Rookie locked up down in that bot lane. Rookie doesn't have TP either, so NIP should be able to answer with an inhibitor turn of their own. They're even going to look for more.
More. I mean, Rookie looks like his base is stopped. You can see Invincible staying down there. Inhibitors there. I guess NIP are stopping for now. As 3 members of top esports, enough to defend, but inhibitor for inhibitor mid. Now the mid lane is open with power. And that Baron buff getting full usage from NIP, Lyric. That's a 4.5 K gold power play, if I could use my English properly. That's a lot of money given over to NIP when they're already in the lead.
Going to go into a replay and see how this all went down. Is for NIP, we have Angel off on the flank. Invincible joins him, and it's like, oh, for top esports, what do you do? Comes in with the Pop Blossom, Invincible with the E-Flash to make sure they're locked down as well. Just beautiful combo. We've been hitting on Angel all game, but Invincible, seriously, huge step up so far in the beginning of this split, as then they chase down the Scion. NIP showing that they're coming to play this split, which is always so exciting. In spring, people were looking at NIP to still be one of these contenders, at least around the middle of the pack, after the year they had back when they still were V5 in 2022. Didn't exactly live up to those expectations, but the few tweaks with an incredibly beautiful arena, seems like NIP might be ready to step up.
This is the old organization that got 0 and 16 not once but twice, of course, when they were V5. And remember, I think it's never been done before. There was a VCS team that obviously hit that low as well and double split, but in a major region, it has never ever been done before. And then funnily enough, V5 at the spring after they did it, and we ended up getting to playoffs. But that's a different story. Is Jackie Love getting caught out here, Lyric, and Photic just Giga Chat flashes on him.
Yeah, it just goes in, like you said, does the Jackie Love to Jackie Love himself. And going back to the never been done before, I remember I almost thought Team Coast did it, but I also think they went like 1 in like 16 or 1 in 17 back in the day in LCS. So they were close. They were close, but sadly couldn't pull off the heights.
Very, very true. I mean, look again. I think V5 only wants to have done it realistically. It's better times, but it is only a game 1. However, top esports getting classed in many different angles. 4 bounties, excuse me, 3 if I could read as well. 3 bounties between Angel, Photic, Shadow as they now approach bottom lane tier 2. You can see that the mid wave is going to be pushing in quite strong here and meeting directly in the middle with top side slowly pushing as well. NIP trying to use that range on Photic to get near the turret and do some of that AoE towards top esports as they continue to try to defend.
Yeah, just, I mean, again, what the Rapid Fire does, giving him so much even more range to play with. Shadow now, who's already become huge, 4, 3, and 5 on the Viego, having the GA. Sonya's done in mid. Like, there's so many defensive elements now to NIP's composition. You not only have to win like the initial brawl, you have to be able to outlast things like Azanya's and the GA being able to come through. Lantern from Joie to help be able to reposition anyone who's in a little bit too much danger. You don't have any of those same tools on the side of Top Esports yet, because since they've fallen behind, they're already just lacking damage and need to focus on being able to get up to speed. Jackalib close to that LDR, but not quite yet.
He's going back now. I want to see if he adds anything on top. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Just actually finished it in base, so 3-item Aphelios is there. Dragon up in 15 seconds, but Top Esports all the way back in their base. They're going to have to face check this one. And NIP still have control. You can see double control ward there, Lyric. It's pretty dark here. The night is full of terrors for TES.
It really is. Seriously, like a death sentence coming out from a bush. Angel walking up, finding another Pop Blossom. Just so many things that can be done. Sadly for them, not going to even try to look for any type of 50-50. Just going to move, get topside control for now. I don't believe they should be able to start up a Baron, but when it's Top Esports, you always got to be a little bit on your toes. Are just going to get the vision and back out for now.
Well, Top Esports at least getting some comfortability as NIP move to the Baron themselves. They'll have the River. The Shadow moves up. There's one control there, but Scuttle also helping out as Tien playing a little bit with fire. And NIP, this is where they found the successful play from before, with Invincible and Angel tag teaming up and smacking them down. As Rookie pushes up this wave, Lyric, it's still just playing a game of checkers, it feels like, between going into River, backing away. NIP like, oh, we could threaten Baron, but Top Esports are still there themselves, getting some vision. Doing a little bit of a dance here with blue suede shoes as Photic continues to step up and try and give themselves a bigger edge.
Jackalib also got some nice damage on Shadow, though. Shadow walking a little bit too far forward, now having to go for the reset himself. So TS are going to have a window to where they're going to try and poke their heads into River. You can see they are being very cautious about it, not knowing what's going on the map, because a few moments ago the Observer showed us what their vision looks like. So not having all too much information themselves. Are going to do the correct play, pivot to mid first, try and get this wave in. Then you try to walk into River.
Invincible just hovers around mid for the time being. Top Esports paying the respect. NIP due diligence again. Man with a lot of chug-a-lug in his hand and a belly full of mead decides to run forward. Invincible is level 16 after all, and still very hard to kill. As Tien's angle here could be big. Photic's the one stepping up. Tien Invincible. He got him. Photic's going to get back thanks to Twal, though. So now there's an opportunity for NIP. But Shadow, his angle ain't great. He goes into GA straight away. And Invincible can't get near. Disbanding smash. Flashed himself. Rookie gets over the wall, but he doesn't have the damage. Wayward's still there. As Rookie tries to jump back in. Flash charm. That's the spirit. He finds Invincible with the help of Jackalib and the team. And NIP, Lyric, they botched the play as Photic got called out.
Photic gets caught out. Shadow kind of going in by his lonesome a little bit too early. The GA gets popped, and now for Top Esports, not going to have to just twiddle your fingers and wonder how to get this control. They were being very respectful, and now they're going to start moving towards this Baron.
Top Esports are going to start it off as well, but Lyric, look at the guns here for Jackalib. Mind you to get rid of the Gravitum as NIP move closer.
No flash on the Jinx.
Close. Ulti. Dwarf. Photic. Big Moonlight Vigil. He just got the Infernum as well. The Shadow from the back. Smites haven't been good all game. This is his chance, though, with both available. A Heartbreaker as well at 2k. 50-50 Shadow. The charm timing. Rookie charmed him and he couldn't move a muscle as Tien goes invisible, but he can't get the range. Mark now helping out with that with the Shirley's Blessing. And yet again on top of Photic, it's bonking time. Dwarf tries to slow him down as Mark now chasing after him, but with the TP in, Invincible is all on his lonesome. Photic now doing the same thing as just like that, NIP's power and prowess in this game goes to a firm 0.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, I don't know how Top Esports always does it. It might be messy, but they show they can always keep it close and contend with anyone. And with these death timers, they're probably just going to look to end.
We've got ourselves such a good game from NIP, but Top Esports always fighting back. It feels almost undeserved in some characteristics as NIP
Angel
now
still
left
hasn't
with
died.
Angel. He hasn't yet, but is he going to go in? I mean, he's got no flash available. Pop Blossom is there, but the Nexus is just going to drop. He gets a good ulti, but the game's just over. Now fighting for kills, TES get a saving grace with one last team fight to win it all.
It's such a tragedy for the side of NIP. Doing so many things right. There were so many good fights on their side. We hit on all the playmaking from Angel. Like, Chua had some great engages. Invincible winning in that top side. So many things going for you. but really just coming down to a couple small missteps in fights, giving it over to TS. And that's also why, kind of moving over to Top Esports, they are such a scary team to go up against. You might watch, Top Esports play every other day and be like, what do you mean? They're so messy. They don't look that good. But whether it's against one of the top tier teams like an LNG or an EDG, or, against an IP where we still don't really know where they fit in, they can go toe-to-toe with anyone. They could win or lose a game from anywhere and out of nowhere. So it's still nice to see that Top Esports still has that flavor, and they even feel a bit more controlled this split, which is always nice.
Yeah, I mean, I agree on that, but look, Lyric, I just think heartbreaking for NIP.
Yeah.
Overall, when Angel had some really good setup engages with people like Invincible on his Gragas top. We also saw that this game, Shadow was, I guess, the more influential jungler at certain times. A lot more in the face of Ning, but... Sorry, not Ning. Bloody Tien. But I feel like overall, we saw the Dragons hurt NIP there. The sole point, the threat, Lyric, was taken away, where 3 times Tien got to walk up and get a free smite from under the nose of Shadow while the whole team was taking Dragon.
It's moments like that, right? There's a lot of small things as NIP you're going to kick yourselves over that game, which, like we both just highlighted, it's a tragedy because you could seriously name so many positive things across the board that each of the members of NIP did, but still, I wouldn't say it was lost for NIP. Hopefully it doesn't hit them too much in terms of the morale going into the next game, because it's hey, again, you're going up against this team full of big name stars that have reached all these heights and had all these accolades. You don't really have that same just history experience behind you, and you're showing that with a few small tweaks, you wouldn't have only beaten TES, you would have probably smashed TS in that game. And so I'm excited going into next game to see what NIP can adapt to be able to find a win, because who knows who's going to take game 2.
And again, game 2, should give us a little bit more from Top Esports, because the early game was a lot more quiet than usual. I know we talked about the kills per minute being down and TS being a bit more controlled, but still, the identity of players like Rookie, even Jackie Love in some moments, like Tien in some of his best
Tien
games,
especially,
was awfully quiet, and it's a shame to see. But for Top Esports, I guess the team fighting is what you want to see, especially with how they've honed that over the years. But overall, NIP disappointing. Hopefully, it doesn't affect them, considering that NIP were really relying on Angel in that game. I think there was a big case of mid-diff in the first 25 minutes of the game.
Oh, definitely was, right? Angel was not only winning in lane, which, it is a favorable lane matchup for the side of the Nico, but was also, transferring that pressure over here. Was a playmaker for the side of NIP, which is exactly what you want, especially when we see that Shadow is someone who is willing to be this aggressive and play this far forward. The fact that your mid laner's trying to link up is working beautifully. So, yeah, I'm very curious to see about how game 2 goes. And I really hope one thing that keeps true is getting more of these engaged supports down in the bot lane, giving people like Chua and Mark the ability to show their stuff, find these engages, and set up for big plays. And a man we haven't talked about too much in this post-game, Jackie Love. Like I said, so far in Top Esports 3 series, he really has been the member to consistently deliver for them, which I feel like is something that all Jackie Love fans in the world gotta be partying about right now.
True, absolutely. Again, there's a lot of them with how much they love and hate him. I just want to point out, there was no time in that game apart from 5 minutes where Top Esports had a gold lead. Top Esports won the game in a gold deficit. NIP were 8,000 gold up, then the team fight, then it was 3K, and Top Esports won the game. So it just shows you the story of this game from a team that came so close. And a bit of a shame when Angel, Photic, players like Shadow as well, had some pretty great moments, but just couldn't close it out in the final fight that mattered.
And I wonder just how this will impact draft going into next game, right? Where it's okay, NIP get their hands on the coveted Nico. We see why it got first picked, and that pick wasn't a problem at all. But it's always does losing on a champion affect your perception of draft going into the next game, because that's something that's just very human and very easy to happen, where it's as NIP, I mean, right, the Nico pick was great. So hopefully we still see the priorities kind of come in along similar lines, and that, again, nothing gets too shaken up over a loss.
Yeah, and again, hopefully as you said, the mental staying intact in their own stadium, especially when there were so many good moments, leads us to a more competitive, or rather, maybe a more competitive series, that it's not a 2-0. Folks, we're going to take a break and hope that when we come back, Top Esports are still firing on all guns, but NIP are matching just as well after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here between Top Esports and NIP. We continue in Shenzhen with Top Esports stealing a win. It feels like out of the palms of NIP's hands for game number 1. We are Hysterics and Lyric, but you'll guess which one is which, or they'll put a banner up to tell you. Either way, you'll find out shortly. But Lyric, oh, God, man, it hurts for NIP with Top Esports finding their ways to a Top Esports win.
Yeah, I'll be Hysterics to put it in the words of Kronk from Emperor's New Groove. For NIP, their nightmare began on a day like any other, making it a daymare. That quote really means absolutely nothing, but they should have won that game. That's something you would have said. Tien's our MVP. That game, when it comes to MVP, it's like, yeah, Top Esports somehow won. I still don't know how they really decide the MVPs, but Tien picks it up, and yeah, Top Esports at least show us their grit, their mettle, their resolve, that even when they're losing, they could still always win.
Goal difference at the end, -280. The whole of TES were also down. Tien's face also says it all. That's the man who just takes the win out of the palms of Shadow. I was struggling all game. It was behind all game, it felt like as well, Lyric. And it was just some of these smart fights, some of these small moments, like even topside, that Tien managed to make do.
I was wondering how they would figure to put like a highlight package together for this. And yeah, I guess it's going to show us everything that goes through. I did unfortunately die right after this, but still some moments like this, right? Where he himself just 1v1ing Shadow, winning out in terms of the damage, forcing him to flash away and then being able to run him down. It's all the small plays that kept Top Esports in the game and not fall, I guess, egregiously enough behind to where they lose. 6K, apparently not egregiously enough behind.
I mean, again, finding an MVP just saying out of this team was also hard at times as well, but yes. I want to point out, I didn't realize when we were looking at it, but I realized Invincible pressed W on Wayward, and Wayward flashed, so the AoE damage killed Tien up in that top side. I didn't realize it was Tien who actually flashed. It was Top Esports who, sorry, I'm just struggling a little bit at the moment, as we're about to find out what's happening for game number 2. Lyric, I don't know, I didn't hear that, but I'm assuming Shadow's getting subbed out.
Yeah. XLB will be coming in for the side of NIP. I am a little bit surprised by the change, as I don't know if Shadow had an overall solid game. Did have, quite a few deaths, so maybe it makes sense. Who knows? I'm excited to see XLB be able to come in and play, because XLB has always been interesting since he, initially came into the league back when he was on RNG, I believe in 2020, where he's always been kind of hit or miss, right? Kind of like we were describing Hung in the last game with WE. Can have stellar games because he's another person who likes to get in the face of the enemy jungler, but also can come back to bite you quite a bit. So we'll see what he has to pull out. Maybe he has some interesting picks up his sleeve as well. Like we've been hitting on, some people have been bringing out more interesting picks in jungle. Honestly, in regards to meta, I feel like really the only stale place has been AD carry, where Aphelios is 45 plus picks, Jinx is 25, and then every other AD carry is 10 or less. So yeah. Let's hope for a bit of spice in that we don't get sarcastic Hysterics having to come out in draft once again.
Yeah, that's true, man. Look, if it's Jinx and Aphelios again, I don't know. If we get the same old, I don't know. But at least there were some varieties in some of the drafts. 13.10 still here. We'll let you know when it changes around. But even then, I'm not sure how confident I feel in what happens in the next patch anyway, because LPL takes a little while to adapt after we get set in our ways. But yeah, going into draft soon, XLB with a nice addition coming through. Lyric, we said debut, didn't we? For the split.
This will be his first time starting in this split for NIP. And maybe even a decent chance to give him to show his stuff, right? Who knows how much they've been scrimming, comparatively with each jungler. But if you've been giving them both a bit of time in scrims, you'd want to pull out XLB at some point and, again, see how things can click and can work on stage, especially with the addition of someone like Angel in the mid lane, which maybe that synergy could be, worse. It could be better and could lead them to being able to close out a game against TES.
Well, let's hope, because NIP, again, maybe should have been in a better spot than they are now, but Game 2 will tell us a little bit more about where NIP are in the split. We already talked about their progress. This is a team sitting 2-1 who have lost against EDG, but have beaten IG, who a lot of people would consider mid-tier team, especially with arguably what could be an upgrade. So NIP, this would be a really big statement, even if they could get a game off of Top Esports. With XLB, there we go. On stage here over Shadow. A pretty big sub out when you consider that, you know, Shadow did have, I guess, a somewhat of a game. But the smiting, man, that's what hurt the most, Lyric. Let's hope Xiaolong Bao can use his F or his D, whatever he puts smite on, because that'll make a big difference this game if we're in a similar position.
Yeah, right. Those smites could have been the difference makers. But now going in, for NIP, I mean, even given the kudos of they have almost half the wins that they got in series from Spring. Spring, they got all the way up to 5 wins, right now sitting at 2. So have a much better chance to be able to start climbing up in the standings comparatively to their Spring performance. Maybe even contest for a playoff spot. I am surprised at how topsy-turvy the league has looked comparatively to Spring, because usually Spring's when people come in, you know, it's been a long off-season, things can go wrong, they could go right, it could be a little bit messy figuring out the meta. In summer, it's usually when you have things like down pat, but when you look at the standings, so many 1-1s across the board. And it's what gives you hope in series like these, when you see name value on paper and you don't just outright be like, okay, NIP have no chance, TS are going to win. No, it's like, hey, again, anyone can take it. We saw that from game 1. NIP will also add the caveat, they did play yesterday. They are the team playing 2 days in a row. As this split, that is a thing because of our condensed schedule. LNG had to do it before heading into their match of the week. NIP sadly have to do it, you know, yesterday into today.
Yep. And JDG has to do it tomorrow into Thursday. As you said, it will be continuing to happen. I'm just looking at the schedule now. Top Esports only have... Top Esports, sorry, not only. They have 3 series this week on top of that as well. And they will have to doing the Wednesday-Friday maneuver on week 3 as well. So as you said, it is going to get really rough really fast. And that's what's important about this split, right? Once you start taking some losses, it could be over before it's begun. With 7 weeks only in this split, with 3 best-of-3s, by the way, starting on Tuesdays in week number 5 onwards, like that is a thing. We are ramping up, and things are only going to get faster as we finally get into draft. Top Esports versus NIP. This time, Top Esports on the blue side. And we got Zeri banned. Nice. Gwen banned. Nice. Nico, Milio. Finish it with a Cassante, surely, against Wayward.
Ooh, but they have a tough choice, right? Because Draven still going to be in the back of their minds because of the performance that Jackie Love was able to put up in their last series against LNG. Draven, Cassante really being the 2 big standouts. Maokai as well seems like he's kind of fallen out of the banned prio list. So they take away the Vi, do leave open the Draven, but this does put a bit more of a priority on something like a Wukong coming out. With the rise of things like Viego having more of a turn and Maokai being open, it does mean you have some options if you don't just want to outright elect in the jungle and you want to go with a Cassante first.
I mean, surely it would, right? It's just so powerful. We get Cassante first, but on the other side for NIP, a couple of what was shown. Maybe the Annie paired with a Lyric. We know tonight, Annie has just been crucial to winning games.
Just an incredibly strong pick, right? So much playmaking, solid in the laning phase. Sure, there's some answers into it, but especially with things like Ahri being taken off the table as well, does boost her priority a little bit in terms of being something that brings a lot of utility and also presence and playmaking on the map to be able to follow up with how much engage we have in this meta. So Felio's there. We'll see if the Annie gets paired with it or if they just want to opt into taking jungle here. Again, Pool has been thinned a little bit with that Vi taken off the board.
Whoa. Okay, cool.
Oh,
That's
no.
crazy.
He's back. He's back.
So Jinx and what? Jinx Lulu Lyric? Or is it a Maokai Jinx angle? Jace?
No.
Oh, that's another
Yep.
one that's not banned. Okay. But we do know that rookie is a Pog Jace.
I will say that this has looked like his best champion in recent times, right? Hasn't played the split yet, but thinking back to Spring with Orianna not in the meta, and usually you do only pick the Jace when you are able to pair it with the Maokai. We've seen it a few times with other things, right? We had it with the Elise like we talked about coming out from the side of JDG, but now We were wondering what the XLB pivot would do, and it's us getting Graves. Graves is going to come out. You have CC setup coming out in the mid lane with the Annie. Tons of burst, right? Tibbers into the collateral damage will just outright burst a squishier champion like a Jace or any AD carry that JackeyLove wants to go towards.
Like a Draven? Question mark? Because I know Jinx is available, but
I want to see, because NIP, right? Do NIP ban the Draven or do they ban the Jinx? Because both of those options are still there. And this is why Top Esports feel confident leaving their bot lane to the second rotation, because they know there's no way they can get banned out in terms of priority, like bot lane pairs that they can put together.
I'm going to say Xayah in the end. Okay, so they don't care about the Jinx lurk. They don't care about possibly being outranged, as you said. Annie burst, plus we got two short, well, not shorter range, but 280 carries in their own right as well, with Shalom Bao bringing in the Graves. Let's just see what the final ban is from Top Esports, because they got rid of the Lulu for the Aphelios. We know they don't have any engage yet. Surely you're like, we hate Nautilus here. Let's get rid of that. But Lyric, is it going to be something different? Rakan
Yep, has to be the
instead?
Rakan. Draw's best champion. Makes a lot of sense for this ban to come through. Doesn't make a ton of difference where they go here. They can wait to counter with support because they haven't seen bot lane yet. If they did just want to go towards a tank, they do. I think Jinx maybe fits thematically more with what Top Esports have put together, because then you could play the range game with both Jinx and Jace. You have some peel coming out from people like the Maokai. But hell, we'll see what JackeyLove wants to bring to the table.
Again, he's a very different beast, isn't he? But against the Malphite, do you worry that Draven might find its mark a little bit slower? Rather, might not find its mark at all if he's not off the ground. Top Esports, it's Ziggs. Oh, yes, okay. Forget the meta, that's great. We now have a bit more range, Lyric. We've got our AP damage as well. Ziggs up against this comp, though. Lyric, start walking me through.
So, right, they do go the poke direction that I hit on the Jinx would make more sense than the Draven, but pivoting it with the Ziggs. I love that JackeyLove still has this as a pocket as well. Always been someone who's been willing to bring out this pick. We know what they're going to do, right? Long range poke, kite back, look to siege. You have ways to dissuade. Engages coming through with the ultimate coming out from TN. So for NIP, they want to full send it. You have a Maokai, you have a Nautilus. You have so many ways to be able to get on top of this backline. You even have long range burst, right? If Invincible finds his ulti on the JackeyLove, follow through with the collateral damage, even if you don't outright kill JackeyLove, that can just look to take him out of a fight early on and then allow the rest of NIP to run down the members of Top Esports. So I love when we get two compositions that have two opposing identities, right? And you get to see who executes better, how they play into each other, and if NIP can bounce back with Shalom Bao coming in.
You've got yourself a Ziggs. You've got yourself, as you said, two very stylistically different comps. It's exciting, especially when, you know, people like Rookie are a lot going to rest on him on this Jace this game too. Ignore the back screen, guys. That's not a Graves mid. That's not a Malphite in the jungle. We're going to fix that one up for you. Instead, we've got ourselves Shalom Bao's debut up against this comp that has a hell of a lot of range. It's exciting, it's different, and ladies and gentlemen, it is not Jinx versus Aphelios again. It is not picks that just go on and on and on and on in this meta that consistently bore us. It's picks that have excitement to them, that are different flavors. It is like going to a Gordon Ramsay restaurant after you've just been to McDonald's. The McDonald's meal,
you posted the grandpa picture earlier. Grandpa, go back to your rocking chair. You know, we just have to learn to accept. We have to learn to accept that this is the world that we live in. And you know what? You could think back to better days, like all old people do, and be like, back in my day when we had Zed mid against Nidalee in Season 3, it was better. It was better. But you know what? That's not the time we were born into.
But we've been alive for like, I've been alive for 28 years.
You're right. Actually, we were here during that time, but still.
During
those
all
days
of it.
behind us. Deathfire Grasp, gone. Gragas with like insane 1.8 AP ratios or whatever it was back in the day.
Reaction time.
In the bin.
Yep.
Oh, those were funner days, though.
They were indeed.
Gone.
Dude, before Yuumi was made, man, those were the glory days of League. Yuumi came in, suddenly the world is burning down. It's not even an old man opinion.
Look at this, old man. We got an invade coming out from the side of NIP and engage. Ooh, a bit of damage thrown out. Getting the action started early on.
So where do you want to start here? Because these are fun lanes. Like, I feel like if we are talking lanes, probably important to mention how Rookie's going to go against Angel this time around, because Angel bodied him as Tien starts the invade up at the top side, but is spotted by a ward, and surely that'll influence what happens towards the mid lane.
Yeah, I think for Rookie, I mean, early on, like, Annie actually has very impressive auto attack range, right? So you're able to do fairly well in these matchups early on before you get a few levels under your belt as the Jace to try to start poking out. And you could see is going to get pushed in, which is going to allow for XLB to react off that information that the ward gave.
Not going to walk past a little cat either, so Tien won't really have a full idea for the time being, as, never mind, excuse me, pings do go down, he is towards his red, as Tien goes back to his own camps and just starts clearing out his side of the jungle as well. So top side for now, the junglers will lie, as that camera keeps flicking around, looking towards his bottom lane, because JackeyLove and Mark getting pushed in here, very scared of Dwar's hooks, as JackeyLove always has to stand behind Mark.
He does. Has to be ready for anything, but TS kind of opting out of having a really strong early game by bringing in picks like the Ziggs, right? You want to be able to at least get to something like a lost chapter before your bombs even feel like they do anything meaningful. Then it's about being able to get close to turret, throw down things like that satchel, and really whittle them down. The only hope would be if you could play out through mid-jungle, but the fact that NIP have opted into this Graves, it's going to be very hard for Tien to ever be able to get in there and do damage.
That's a satchel charge there. Dwar hooks back in. Dangerous under turret, honestly, but still lives to tell the tale.
On the minimap, they dodged each other while all that was happening. Tien walked around as Xiaolongbao tried to wrap in and find the kill onto Tien.
He's still waiting as well. See Xiaolongbao gets the shock blast. The flash hammer back as well. Xiaolongbao has the match as Tien gets a twisted advance. Bramble smash as well. Rookie now has the damage. That mid-jungle commitment was huge as now JackeyLove's flash on top of it. Dwar is dead. Photic runs into melee range and gets the trade. The 80 carry gets to stay in the wave, but the action has begun as Tien just went under turret to try and kill Angel, who now flashed as well.
So, at the end of the day, things slightly favor TES. They did get more summoners out of this. Mark, even going to stop the recall now. And typically, it's like, okay, you look at bot lane, which 80 carry died. They're losing on golden XP, so they lose out. But JackeyLove on the Ziggs has teleport, so he doesn't really lose out on all too much. And we're going to go into the replay of the bot side action first. It is the Nautilus trying to go in, trying to get on top of JackeyLove. But the CC coming out from Mark, the bombs from JackeyLove to even that out. And I don't know why we looked at that, honestly. I feel like the topside action was a little bit more interesting, but you know, here we are.
Dude, Chinese Ziggs dying sound is just great. It's like a crow just getting slaughtered. Next time JackeyLove dies, we're going to enjoy that a little bit more. Just remember I said it. As he does have TP, he got down to the bottom side quicker as well, so we didn't miss out on too much. Lyric was kind of excited to see Photic win that out and be able to stay in the lane, but again, Summoner means a lot here for TS's bottom lane, as he was able to pick up tier as well. No! Cameraman! What in the Charles Dickens was that zoom in?
I just love how some days our observers like to be a little bit spicy and really, really show the small missteps of our players. See, players, don't flame broadcast. Actually, I'm not going to redirect her to flame observers either. That was great. Sadly for Joa, again, the animation's always a little bit untruthful, bit of a lie, as they do say.
Xiaolongbao, okay, he's coming topside now. Can Graves do anything well with Unstoppable Force? You'd have to say yes, but he's on a ward, so Wayward is going to give the respect, especially with All Out as well. Maybe NIP doing the same thing. He'll back away, Lyric. He's got deep beat. He can chill out. And topside is going to be the most quiet so far, it seems like. As engage in the bottom side. Satchel charge onto Photic. Look at the damage as he flashes away. A bouncing bomb lands the auto. Photic one more, and he's dead. This 2v2 is spicing up for TES.
I'm really surprised at the damage coming through in these trades from the top esports spot lane. Leon has some pretty solid base damages, but still, with JackeyLove following through, didn't even need the ignite in that exchange, and they still find everything.
Just gives such an edge. Lyric This is one scaling pick that everyone always underestimates. Angel going to get bopped here in the mid lane. Tibbers does come out on top of Rookie. Gets a bit of damage out as now half HP for both. Pots going to be popped as Tien spots out Shalom Bao on the bottom side. Hex Flash coming through, but Mark decides not to go over the wall as both teams now eye off that dragon sitting there and waiting.
I'm also just really surprised at the lead the TS have been able to find. Like, okay, bot lane, we knew it'd be a little bit of a knife fight, but still, you'd expect to be a little bit slower with the fact that Jackie Love is on Ziggs. And I think it's actually bigger that TS were able to win out in that mid lane exchange, because that's really where the breadth of NIP's power should be, and just having more burst, more lockdown in their 2v2. I guess it wasn't a 2v2 considering that Shalom Bao did get collapsed on, but we're really going to need to see the power of this Graves start coming to fruition when you do have so much setup to enable him to just take advantage, which is why Shalom Bao is so proactively walking into Tien's jungle so often. Going to see the Zenith Blade and the Satchel really being the big thing, allowing all those mines to connect and get that damage off, that really being the difference maker. And yeah, Photic just not expecting that Zenith Blade to come out and connect from Mark.
Little soccer ball hit him right in the back. Shalom Bao, as we said. We come back from the replay, trying to be proactive in the enemy jungle. This time spots Tien on a camp, but the whole of NIP are here. Tien might get it. He gets the ulti, but the whole of NIP are flying in on Treebeard. It is the opposite of the Twin Towers movie, as this time Saruman wins out, and NIP have full reign of the Rift.
Why are they Saruman? Why?
Because Treebeard wins. Spoiler alert, Saruman does not win. He does die in the third one, but that's a deleted scene, but we get there. But this time around, Lyric, Treebeard loses out, right? And so Saruman and the Orcs of Isengard win. It's an anti. It's like that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's like an alternative ending.
You know, I like that, you did the spoiler alert, and you did give a lot of info, so we'll give you a pass for now.
Thank you.
Jackie Love on the opposing side of the map. Who would he be in this analogy? Because he's kind of just been chilling, getting tons of money.
It's probably Merry and Pippin after. It's like in the third minute. We're indulging salted pork. Oh, my accent sucks. I'm sorry about that, guys.
That was atrocious.
That was rubbish, and I'm Australian. I should be able to get... What are they, Irish? They're like Irish? What are the hobbits, Irish? Irish? Scottish?
You know, I have no idea. Wasn't that,
sure.
was it... Wait, I thought that was all filmed in, like, New Zealand or something.
Yeah, of course it was. All the movies. Two Towers, Fellowship. I almost said Three Towers. What is wrong with me tonight? I think I said Twin Towers before. Really sorry, guys.
It's only your first day. It's only your first day back as well. Speaking of first days back,
does that, doesn't it? I don't think he paid respect. Mega Inferno Bomb out. Jackie Love is running out of mana, but Tien is able to cover that flash away. Invincible's about to run into this as Bramble Smash stops him with the flash too. Just enough damage as that was not good from Invincible. He did not respect the Ziggs.
No, and this should open up for Dragon to go over to the side of TS. We'll see if they realize, because Photic isn't showing on top wave yet, so they do have to be a little bit concerned and careful about going for this. And now with resets coming out by the time Photic shows, means they can't just start this one right away. And Jackie Love even getting a TP to the top lane.
Salted pork. I don't know, I'm doing the Gimli one now as Jackie Love is here. You said it. There's the flash. Look at the angle. Top esports are not slowing down Lyric as Photic has all the right guns, but out goes Wayward in the nick of time. Dwarf can't help out as well. And this is the tempo we remember from the old TES.
Yeah, exactly. This is the type of game the top esports were known for thriving under. But unfortunate for Photic, once again, just trying to get into a position where he can pop off. But Wayward, being a bit of a sneaky lad, doesn't even allow him to farm the wave. So no one going to opt into this Dragon. Just TS still just constantly following NIP around, trying to get these kills on board. I want to pay attention to the minimap to see what Tien does as he's starting to make his way in that area. And looks like he will finally start it up. And this is all a bit weird. It's a bit weird that teams have ignored this Dragon for so long. It's weird that both teams had different times where they had full control of bot side because key members of the other team were showing top, and that it's just finally now happening.
what are we looking at here? I guess the replay from Photic. Lyric, he saw Wayward disappear.
What could he
Chases
do?
up. And then, yeah, I guess Jackalov is here. Close though.
Oh, almost has the damage, right? Building up the chakrams with the green and white. But sadly, Jackalov following through with his own flash to make sure the damage comes out. Now, we're getting to the point where items are coming out across the board, right? Demonic Embrace, Leandries. We can see Storm Razor being built up for Shallangbao, so huge right now. The Rocket Belt for Angel to hopefully close the gap. Because, right, it's still Malphite with Tibbers kind of being layered down, then following through with the collateral damage is the ideal way to play for NIP. Hell, even the Moonlight Vigil on top of it. Quite the wombo combo coming out from their side. But sadly, we haven't had any like grouped up 5v5s just yet, which is what's allowed for TS to just more of play the map and accumulate this 3,500 gold lead.
With insane wave clear, right? I mean, Jackalov has the Leandries. He's 2,000 gold over Photic as well. He's sitting with the tier in his inventory. He's stacking up. And look, Photic has like the budget vegan build going on right now. Of course, he hasn't been able to go to Coles or Woolies and buy some meat, let alone he hasn't been able to go to the butcher and get better quality meat. Right now, sitting with broccoli and asparagus that's been imported from France. Like, what is that going to get you for a meal? Of course, that Storm Razor turns up and he has salmon, so it's a little bit better. As Lyric hold the thought, and it's Tien locked out, locked in, locked down. He gets a twisted advance, but he dies just in time for Dwarf. Really good CC chain, at least finally coming through from NIP.
I was going to say, even if Photic's kind of living the budget diet life, well, we need to pause again, okay? No more action to follow through. At least the other members of your squad have, you know, finished off those mythics. And hell, talking about it now, Photic did just come out of base with the Storm Razor. So going to be at a point where he can at least start outputting some level of damage. But we saw the combo there, right? We saw the amount of bursts that they have setting up for this Graves, who doesn't even necessarily need to really be in striking distance to be able to get that out. Top Esports will have that same play pattern later on, especially now that the Ghost Blade's finished for Rookie. We're going to have to see, like, the bombs and the Accelerated Shock Blasts whittling NIP out before they can ever get in range to throw out the combos that they're looking for.
Well, with 3k gold in the lead, it feels like that damage is going to be significant, and the ability to throw it out even easier. Lyric, Jackalov now has a needlessly large. Jackalov is wave clearing like no tomorrow, and I want to say Rookie the same, this time a 30 CS lead. And as you said, like, NIP are still hitting strides, they're still hitting points where, yes, they're all in is scary, but the fact that the game is this slow means good, right? As Angel, Zenith played there, Jackalov with the all-in. Angel doesn't have Tibbers. It was thrown out before as he flashes out. He protobelts back in, gets a stun, but it's only on to Mark. The Leona not the prime target as NIP also move up, but Top Esports were ready to match.
Top Esports is trying to find these picks and not allow NIP to just slowly try to stall the game and get some more gold onto their key carries. Great for them is that they have Wayward on this Cassante, who's going to just keep up pressure inside. Invincible not allowing him to hover over, though, which could potentially generate more pressure of him playing in Fog of War, because NIP have a nice vision line around their bot side jungle.
Nice side step back. Yomu's picked up. Yeah, there is actually pretty cute line, in fact, indeed.
Yeah, on both sides of their jungle.
NIP playing defensive. As Herald's going to go down. Dwar is out here. Mark. It is literally the room. As Mark. Oh, okay. About as good as Tommy Wiseau's acting there. As Solar Flare doesn't really work. Angel able to step out of that, and Tibbers comes out to pop in and say hello again.
Now Angel going to just try to beat Annoyance, stop some of these recalls. Still, ultimately, at the end of the day, Top Esports are the team that pick up the Rift Herald. Sure, it might not turn into the biggest gold trade, right, being past at like 15.5 minutes, but maybe you can start trying to break down some of these turrets, especially around mid lane, I think would be huge. You already have Jackalov, so you have a demolition machine. So it might even be more ideal to wait, try and use this around that dragon timer, and look for a way to just guarantee yourself presence on this dragon, and then use your poke, use your range to not allow NIP from getting anywhere close.
That's what they've been doing. Lyric, it's such a chill game, but it's very well played so far. At 30 seconds till the dragon comes up. It'll be the second one. As Top Esports are going to have Wayward just freed up after he clears up this turret. TP available too. Rookie already down there as they start, again, using that range. Further to what you said, big bomber. Jackalov, he's level 11, Lyric. He's now got an Archangel staff. Photic has just been bazookaed.
Just throwing out the ulti casually. Hell, I guess Angel's been doing it all game with the Timber, so why shouldn't Jackie Love do it with his bomb? And now this is going to allow them to group towards mid, get a bit of this damage down. And when you have the Ziggs, you don't even necessarily need the Herald to raise these turrets. So that's why I think using it maybe as a pressure pooler might be a little bit better for the side of TS, as that one's on its way to timing out.
Simple as that. Added pressure. I mean, it's just been a much better early game this time around, Lyric, from TES. As they're waiting in brush. TP's going to come through. That's NIP as Mark, again, do I have to say hello? He flashes it. Where did you come from? Mark just dies with Solar Flare, but Rookie's damage follow-up might be good as the Brown will smash in after Nature's Grasp. Wayward again in the middle, but they're going for Invincible, they're going for Draw. Both will die as the all-out in the backline's huge as Shakulov is firing away. Bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb, and again! The nukes fly from downtown. Flash on top of Photic. Tien wants a twisted advance. He won't get the slow though as Rookie is running away, but dodges from the Moonlight Vigil. Photic wants Rage, but he can't get it. He followed this up and now has to turn onto Tien. He should be able to get the jungler. Should be, as he flashes away with the satchel charge. Now he needs fair defeat as Rookie is tagged, but he still gets the damage. Jackie Love! The bombs. Photic versus Jackie Love. Top esports versus top esports. AD carry of a different time. They'll both survive for now as Rookie is also lucky to say the same.
I was going to say Rookie must have been on like 20 HP after the snipe connected from Photic. Still, I'm surprised that was so heavily in favor of top esports, even with Mark. Let's just call it how it is, honestly. Kind of running it down, living in the enemy jungle. And for a second, I looked to see who was on NIP. Any of Mark's former teammates? No. But still, just no fear on this guy. Seriously, Mark's confidence and swagger increases every single year, and I'm here for it. I'm here for this glow up.
That's why he's Jackie Love's support. No one else can be Jackie Love's support at this point. Both of them have that, let's call it swagger. Sometimes it goes a little bit further than it should, but that's what makes them so great, right? You can't love them at their worst if you don't love them at their best. Or wait, the other way around, obviously. Not right at all.
Hey, we might have a fight coming up, though. No ults. Just yet, okay, both Invincible and Angel's ults came up.
Oh, Angel has Flash. There's a Twisted Advance followed down. Sorry, Nature's Grasp, as they do get themselves a Herald down in the meantime. Dragon goes to NIP, so Shalambel has it as Mark goes in. Solar Flare kind of hitting the tip again, but Jackie Love's ult is huge, as so is Angel on the backside. Wayward takes him, though. Wayward takes him on a journey. Invincible got a great ulti too, but the damage was so far off as Dwarf decides it's time to die. Just like a James Bond movie, this man's got a license to kill, but maybe top esports could be the odd job in the equation. 3 versus 4, low health bars, top esports moving in. Photic gets Gravitum, Dredge line onto Tien, but it might just kill him. Mark jumps back in.
And
these guys are psychopaths. Absolute psychos. At the end, we've still got 3 versus 1 as blood rains, and TES, it's a fine time to kill.
And Jackie Love just took turrets mid. Hell, the Herald might even take inhibitor. Looks like Angel will be able to finish it off at the end of the day. But winning the fight, going back mid, taking structures like top esports, winning across the board, and now we're at a 7K gold lead. Huge. We're gonna see here.
One more
this
time.
was crazy because NIP were waiting, counting down for their ults to come back up. Especially top esports who had advantage to start off with, using Tien's ultimate to dissuade people from coming in. Mark does a nice job of trying to catch people out, and this was enough, right? Comboing that in with the Ziggs ult really did so much, and it means even if Invincible and Angel find the perfect setup onto the Ziggs, the peel around him, Wayward bringing him out, was enough with the fact that the damage has already been done. The damage already hit from the combo before on the other 3 members of NIP, making it so that they really can't follow forward on the engage that Angel and Invincible presented.
Just love that, as you said, Jackie Love just waddled me. He ignored the play. He's like, you guys deal with it. I'm just going to go and clear some turrets. And he did. He opened up mid while top esports actually won this in the end anyway.
I just want to believe that Jackie Love in this moment thought to himself, what would Tom Nook do? Tom Nook's the ultimate business maestro. You go for the big money. The big money's in the objectives, in the minions. You know, bloodshed, that could be done by other people. Tom Nook doesn't sully his hands with that stuff.
Tom Nook. Oh god. Hey, speaking of little island adventure, Angel has been on one for a while. Look at where he is. Teleport's coming in. NIP, they don't have Baron right now covered quite at all. Lyric, this Annie is still there. Like they're hoping that Top Esports walk towards them.
He's just, hey, he knows their win condition, right? He knows they're behind engage, coming out.
Yeah, problem is Solar Flare is there. Angel's still there. Angel's still there. Angel, hello. Is it going to be worth it in the end? He has to get his flash over, but he doesn't have
He's
flash.
being patient. He's being patient.
He's being epically patient, but Tien is the only one here. Is he going to pull out the ulti? The stun does come through onto Tien. That means no smite, but he gets the heal up. Oh, an attempt was made. A straight blind dodged away. Worth in the end. The patience works out. You now have a numbers advantage, but Rookie, as he jumps in, tries to get invincible. He's already burned his oldest Wayward. The knockback's huge. The all out. It's Cassante time. I will not yield. There's one more, another one, another one, another one. Oh, Cassante. Man, don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing.
Wayward just being huge this game. Someone send Ox the clips because this man having a pop-off, having a bounty with Rookie, with Jackie Love there to provide that damage. And look, a lot of members of NIP are dead. And you know what that means? It's time for the Baron. And hell, this composition with the pushing power it already has with the Baron on top, NIP's base is going to be in shambles.
Man, I tell you what, it's not the first Cassante highlight, but it won't be the last. Let's watch this again. Angel went skipping around the Rosie.
I respect
Lyrics, I mean, it was a patient play.
I mean, he was hoping, right, his idea makes sense. He's hoping that them pushing in mid-wave will force all of them to back off. They don't. They elect for the fight. They should learn that Mark is absolutely crazy this game, always going to go in, and they have to settle for what they can get. So they wait. All right, we've been patient enough, hoping Jackie Love walks by. He isn't. Go for Tien. His passive almost saved him here, but luckily they do find one at the end of the day. But Wayward with the heroics, constantly hitting these third Qs to find the knockbacks that he's looking for. It's going to start with Xiaolong Bao, and then kind of one by one, he just hits them all into the team, while Rookie and Jackie Love can dish out the damage.
I mean, Jackie Love again hasn't really in touch much this game as there's the ulti onto Invincible. That is Frank the Bloody Tank. And he's just been 3-hit as Solar Flare again onto Photic to flip back. Just stop it. It's carry on my wayward son again. As Top Esports, game 1 was messy, but this game is bloody clean as Angel has to get away. The Shock Blast combo didn't work for some reason, but Angel has no hope anyway. Lyric, this is a 2-0, whether the fans like it or not. And unlike the first game, Top Esports deserved this from end to end with 22 kills in 25 minutes and something to write home about.
Much better game. Jackie Love was superb. Rookie having a better time. Wayward huge. Mark did not give a, you know, I won't say the word, but you all know what Mark didn't care about anything in that game. That man kept going in, and even his attitude walking off stage, you could see, Mark, what a guy.
What a guy.
He was
man.
just so like anytime he saw someone, once we got, let's say, like post, hell, not even in the early game, he was just going in, but especially post 15 minutes. Oh, you're close by? Well, do I have a deal for you? You pay me nothing, I give you a solar flare. And you know what? He did give them lots of solar flares. Didn't always connect.
He did. Mark, you know, press the button a lot of times. And it doesn't matter if he died, because there was always someone there to cover him. And it's funny when, you know, Mark has a game like that. Also, cute KDA mouse pad there from Wayward. Okay.
Yes.
We have ourselves, maybe a bit of a weeb in Wayward. Good on him. Bit of a KDA fan. Hang on. Can we get closer? What's the keyboard? What's the keyboard as well? We're going to have a little bit of look. We're going to talk to Wayward. Let's get an interview with him. And if anyone's listening, let's ask him a little bit about what else he's got. We look at his room. There's statues of Ari everywhere. The idol just across the board. Anyway, point is, Wayward kicked us. I think more importantly, it's funny when Jackie Love is the one that is quite solid and consistent. And Mark, is the one that will just consistently go in and not care. always one of them. Lyric, always one of them, sometimes both. But it's just always funny when Jackie Love's not the one that does that.
Again, Jackie Love's split so far from the 3 series we've seen is he has been probably the most consistent member on TES. He's been the one delivering. He's been has not really had that many bad moments at all. And by that many, I honestly can't even think of one. I really feel like it's been a lot of the other pieces around him that have made TS look a little bit more volatile. Who knows? Maybe him and Mark had an agreement. And he's like, yo, I will calm down because I'm the AD carry. We're in a meta where AD carries really, they got to perform. They got to perform. And he told Mark that Mark has to just double down on being the absolute gangster that always finds the violence. So I'm glad to see, because you want a top esports that is both bloodthirsty but a little bit more consistent than they were in the spring split. So I do feel like they're moving towards that consistency, at least in terms of some members like Jackie Love. And yeah, it was nice and refreshing to get a game like this in the summer split. But hell, maybe they're just the team that, the last game they win will always be bloody. The Draven game in their last series was bloody. It was aggressive, it was proactive, and this same one here against NIP.
And look, unfortunate from NIP, but I think game 2 at least outclassed, right? And as you said, we get variations of top esports depending on draft, but this time around it was nice to see even bot lane no holds barred in the 2v2. Ziggs Leona lane that you didn't expect to really take full throttle, took full throttle. And even Jackie Love, fighting himself through mid while the rest of the team's fighting as well is just hilarious with how much pushing power they got. Dude, Ziggs got both out of turrets pre-plates, Lyric, pre-14 minutes. And then I think helped open up mid as well. He got so many resources.
Yeah, he did. Again, the biggest surprise was just how well they were doing in that 2v2 and the amount of sheer damage. I guess when you do Satchel, the enemy AD carry perfectly, and then he has to run through all of your mines, you are going to be dealing quite a bit. And then I guess we can talk about NIP real quick, because we haven't really hit on them, is... Yeah, kind of a mixed bag when you look at the series holistically, right? When you just look at this game, it's like, okay, there really is nothing to ride home about. But we still got to see the glimpses in the first game of the heights that NIP can reach and some of their strong suits, right? Xiaolongbao, kind of hard to judge his performance in this game. Really tried to be aggressive, but just like we said, Xiaolongbao could be. It come back and bit him in the end. You saw that a lot back, especially in the days where he was on RNG, where he'd like to go for these aggressive invades, and then he'd be the one getting collapsed on, just like this game. So it's only been one game. Who knows? Maybe Xiaolongbao will get more time and we'll be able to get more of a feel for how he stands. But again, outside of the Smites in game 1, Shadow not really looking all that bad in my opinion, really being one of the catalysts for why NIP have been a proactive, somewhat aggressive team.
Yeah, maybe, sub out as well, considering that Shadow was struggling with the Smites in game 1. Just a topic change for jungle, for NIP at the very least. So I'd be curious about what they do going forward. But as you said, Shadow having some pretty good moments in game 1, although also having some pretty bad ones in the same. So you toss it up in between and you kind of wonder what comes forward. Let me just say that this series, Angel still had some bangers. Like that, even that last play, that wraparound. But in that last game, I think Rookie had more of a sailor. Rookie did have, obviously, better lane on the Jace. He chilled. He was very impactful still as well. And that sick outplay on the top side with a Flash E was more like Rookie's style.
I agree. Rookie had a better game. I will say it felt like he had more... Just the way the composition functions, he had more help since he is being this Jace that has a bit of peel to play with. And that's why I really am just impressed by Wayward. I still think bot lane was probably the pivotal piece for the side of TS, especially with the advantage that they found in bot lane themselves. But as the game went on, Wayward just being so clutch, so good, constantly finding his targets with those knockbacks, and even just having the perfect positioning to bring people away from Jackie Love and Rookie in these fights really is what made the game look so easy. And for a player that I've always been a little bit more critical of, just because it felt like in his first split, it was so showy that he got a little bit overhyped. It's kind of nice to see him, after being in a slump for so long in the past split, coming back and just having such amazing team fighting. Amazing team fighting, solid laning phases all around. And Wayward really feels like one of the people who's really coming into his own.
Wayward is still a crazy man at the best of times. That's why Orcs fell in love with him. Not even just the emotes, but the fact that, his solo kill territory, the fact that he can be an insane laner, great team fighter. Lyric, I feel like he won the game in the end. Even though JackieLove built the bridge from a lot of the early mid-game plays, we know that Wayward in the last couple, when they had a numbers disadvantage, won them the game. And another reason why K'Sante needs to be banned. K'Sante is and will continue being one of the most solid picks, not only in the world in League of Legends, but I feel like for many splits to come, unless we nerf him into the ground. It's crazy to me. It's crazy that this band does so much damage and has so much utility mixed in as well. Yeah, K'Sante Forum coming up.
There's always a new top laner, right, though? Because we were talking about this the other day. That, like, remember when the same thing was said about Ornn when he first came out, where he had too much damage? He was like an assassin, tank, enchanter, marksman. And it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It seems like then you'll get your stint, you'll get your, like, year being this all-around great champion in every regard. And then at some point, you'll get nerfed. But you know what? By then, we'll have the next one. We'll have, you know, I don't know. What's the next top lane champion's name going to be? You come up with it.
Boris.
Boris?
Boris. Yeah.
Ain't that the shopkeeper?
Yeah, it's the shopkeeper. For sure.
Oh, he's going to actually come onto the Rift?
Yeah, 100%. Boris is the top laner. Because top laners stick to themselves, and we all know shopkeepers are loners as well. So I feel like Boris has to be the next in line for the throne for sure.
Can you imagine if his abilities were just like changing out different items and those being his abilities?
Yeah. As opposed to Malphite, who's, sorry, not Malphite, Ornn, who can still change out items. Boris actually gets to, I don't know, what would be the difference between him and Ornn when Ornn can just shop in lane?
Let's say like your Q could be like Blade of the Rune King or like this or that, and then you get to change it like every so often, and you have like hundreds of customizable abilities out of your 4 abilities.
Okay. I like that. I don't mind that. I still think, though, champion coming soon will be able to turn into a turret. When turrets go down, not Azir Sun turret level, can stand and place themselves as a turret or a turret add-on. That'll be a thing. Less interaction than Yuumi.
No.
More damage than Yuumi.
You need to stop. You need to... You know what? We don't even have, like... Since we're in Shenzhen, I know we typically don't have interviews to even be able to pull us out of this tangent. I'll double check and see. You know what? Yeah, no, it just doesn't happen. So now we're just waiting on what? MVP? Oh, that's Jackie. That I would assume it's JackieLove, but I guess it could be Wayward. Yeah, could be Wayward.
Tien as well gets a reasonable compliment this game for sure. Like I feel like Tien gets quite a lot because like top side play, bottom side play, his commitment was insane, and some of his jungle ganks as well really spot on. So I think we have to give props to Tien as a jungler for this game because I feel like a lot of the plays wouldn't have been possible if Tien wasn't there at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, just doing his job, and it was interesting to see him have to take a step back, right? Where we typically talk about him having to be the aggressor, as we will bring up the MVP as we talk about this. JackieLove, of course, does inch it out, but Tien usually wanting to be the aggressor, now playing on the Maokai against the Graves, has to take a bit of a backseat and be more supportive. And when you have people like JackieLove performing so well, it seems like, hey, it might be good if Tien doesn't just have to constantly be in the enemy jungler's face so often, and you could rely on world champions like this.
Hell yeah, man. He was huge. Like, kill participation massive, but it was the 2v2 lane Lyric as we look again. This is what made the day, right? At least made the game for top esports. The 2v2 sets up. JackieLove does so much damage at this point.
Yeah, he was just ridiculous. From the laning phase, it surprised us, but even a lot of his combos, him and Mark were working so well in tandem of like Solar Flare goes out, his ult is already being thrown, even sniping some people, even if not across the map, just very slightly like here, was just really on point with his targets. And even just surviving some of the all-ins, right? We had fights earlier where he was getting Malphite ulted and he was able to reposition and be able to survive.
Oh, the damage is insane. Wayward, solid mention, as we said before as well, really setting up a lot of these plays. But Lyric, we didn't get to see that Ziggs jumped on it all, right? We didn't get to see the Malphite used, the Annie as well, the Nautilus, right? JackieLove had these big front lines in front of his face, and they kept distance. I think that was the thing about top esports comp that you were mentioning a lot. They needed to poke out NIP. They needed to keep their distance, and they did so pretty well the majority of the time.
I also want to highlight that Jaculov should probably be your favorite player. Is right. He now has a Ziggs game. He has a Draven game. Like he is moving us forward. He's progressing the meta and getting you away from the thing that you hate the most.
Oh, hell yeah, man. All that same Jinx, Aphelios, you know, there'd be a Zeri in there as well. Thankfully, that's not there, but whew, let's get to new 80 carries. Oh, we saw a Vayne at MSI Finals. It is a shame we have not seen another one. Wait, have we seen another Vayne in LPL?
Nope.
I can't remember.
I can already tell you. I can tell off the top of my head, this split we have not.
I have to say, I'm surprised we haven't seen more Cogmore. I thought with
Me
Milio,
too.
like, being left open, and I know it's only been left open 7 or 8 times as of today, but
Still
Cogmore
more than
only once?
Yeah, you're right. I'm on the same page as you. I kind of expected us to see it more as, hey, we're just going to jump into today's results. And we did see Melios today, but no Kog'Maws. So we had a 4-0 day.
We did. We had a quick one. Quick in some regards. WE Ultra Prime was a slower series despite being a 2-0 as those teams took a little while to warm up in the game, but more importantly, that's how they play, a little bit slower around the edges as well. I'd say Top Esports NIP brought the action, especially in the early games, especially from game 1, I should say as well, as this time around it was just Top Esports clawing and wiping away NIP from any hope of resurgence in this game number 2. But it's a good win for TES, especially clawing their way up the standings as well as Lyric. We get towards that 3 for TES, also for Ultra Prime. The standings are still lining out a bit, but we're starting to get a semblance of some of those bigger teams that we expected climbing up themselves.
Yeah, the standings coming more into, I guess, what you'd expect from the results of spring with, like, teams like LNG, Top Esports, BLG, making their way up the rankings, WE. Again, who knows where they land, but still a very solid roster. Still impressive for some teams that we saw losses today, like Up and Nip, pick up the wins that they have. But it's not about the teams that have wins right now. It's about the teams that can have wins tomorrow. As, yeah, we got games tomorrow. I'll be casting some of these games, as in the very first one, which is pretty cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also going to warn you, from now on, Wednesdays all the way to Sundays have 3 best of 3s a day. That begins tomorrow.
Honestly,
3 best of 3s a day.
Why is Wednesday such a low-key banger? And by low-key, I guess I mean very high-key.
Sick banger. Dude, IG, RNG, the old faithful matchup. EDG, BLG. Holy damn. OMG, JDGs. Yeah, you're right. Tomorrow is like a match of the week level banger.
Yeah, that makes no sense. But hey, we'll be there. You'll all be there. And we're going to find out who wins. I think especially that JDG, OMG, and EDG, BLG, like, you're really looking at who can go where. Hell, even RNG with the loss of their members, like, them and IG kind of both looking like mid-tier teams on paper. Can either one, like, get over the other and, you know, maybe show us otherwise. Could be a huge difference maker. Even crying against his former team, right?
True. Yeah, there's some good narratives coming up there as well, especially with the excitement for new IG. Ladies and gentlemen, a big thank you for joining us tonight. Big thank you to Lyric for joining me as well. We are only getting started. Week 2 is now going to be 3 best of 3s a day, every day that's left, including from weeks on as well. Those Wednesdays are full on. But it is bye for now, but not forever. Go get some rest, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.